Sí. Vale, Adrián, ¿estás por ahí? Bueno, he abierto el micrófono. Vale, genial. Pues vamos a empezar la sesión de hoy. Bueno, buenos días. Buenos días también a los que nos escuchan por internet. Y bueno, pues es un placer para mí presentar a dos compañeras de aquí de la Universidad Complutense, Isabel González Gil, que nos va a hablar de mito, alteridad y trauma en Another Earth, y Carolina López-Varela, que también nos va a hablar, por supuesto, de mitos, en este caso, crimen y trauma en el mito de Filomela y Procne, análisis de la práctica performativa y la poesía de acción de Chiara Mulas y Sergei Pego. No sé si queréis añadir alguna cosa sobre la investigación que realizáis o algo. Disculpadme porque la verdad que con tanto lío me he olvidado pediros un pequeño perfil para haber dicho algo más. Entonces, pues cuando queráis. Gracias.
Bueno, pues no sé si se me oye bien con el micro a esta distancia. No, no parece. A lo mejor falta quizá lo acerco más. Así, sí, quizá. A ver. ¿Ahí? ¿Con esto es suficiente? Vale, fenomenal. Bueno, pues muchas gracias en primer lugar a los organizadores por aceptar esta comunicación, también a Sergio López-Varela por la presentación y, por supuesto, a los que no habéis venido a esta primera hora para seguir esta sesión de comunicaciones. Bueno, como ha anticipado Asunción, yo en esta ponencia voy a tratar, un segundito que voy a dejar, aquí está, voy a poner ya la presentación. Vale, así ya está completa. Voy a tratar en esta ponencia sobre cómo el mito del doble es utilizado cinematográficamente para articular una narrativa del trauma. La película que he escogido, en este caso, voy a tratar de Another Earth, un proyecto de los estadounidenses Mike Cahill y Britt Marlin, que son responsables, respectivamente, son responsables los dos del guión y respectivamente director y actriz principal. Esta película vio la luz en 2011 y obtuvo, entre otros premios, el premio especial del jurado del Festival de Sundance. Es una película que ha sido clasificada generalmente como cine independiente y también como una unión de ciencia ficción y drama, ¿no? Esto lo exploraremos. Y sin duda en esta película los elementos míticos cumplen una función principal, como os decía, para articular esta narrativa del trauma. Bueno, el punto de partida de la película es el siguiente. La aparición en el firmamento de un planeta que es un espejo cósmico de la Tierra y de sus habitantes, llamado Earth 2, Tierra 2, desencadena una tragedia en la vida de una joven aspirante que ha sido admitida en un programa de astrofísica, ¿no? Que se llama Rhoda Williams, y también en la familia de un compositor que es John Barrows, interpretado por William Mapother. Un compositor cuya esposa embarazada e hijo mueren en un accidente de tráfico. Rhoda vuelve en coche de fiesta, ligeramente ebria, cuando observa en el firmamento este planeta insólito, todavía un pequeño punto azul en el firmamento, nada comparable con el tamaño posterior, que acaba en ese justo momento de hacerse visible por primera vez desde la Tierra. ¿No? Ese doble de la Tierra en el primer momento. En ese momento, Rhoda tiene un descuido, un error fatal, ¿no? Empleando el término aristotélico, diríamos, ¿no? Esa amatía, ¿no? Este error, y como consecuencia de ese error tiene lugar una colisión de su coche con el coche de la familia en la que iba la familia de John y el propio John. Bueno, la película da un salto temporal de 4 años y esta estudiante, a quien hemos visto feliz, de celebración, por su admisión en este programa de excelencia, sale de la cárcel convertida en una criminal convicta. El argumento de la película discurre así en dos planos. Por una parte, el simbólico, con el planeta gemelo acercándose progresivamente a la Tierra, haciéndose cada vez más grande, como en el Voyage de la Lune de Méliès, y también la parte, ¿no?, el segundo plano, el del relato, que iría por una parte el colectivo, la ansiedad social que genera este nuevo planeta idéntico, y por otra parte el íntimo, en el que los personajes van a pasar por un proceso de curación y de reparación, ¿no? Y en el caso de Roda será un padecer con la víctima para ser capaz de perdonarse. Bueno, comenzaremos por los principales elementos que conforman la arquitectura mítica de la obra. El mito fundamental, en este caso, es el doble, ya que la película plantea la existencia de un planeta gemelo de la Tierra que contiene una réplica exacta de todos sus habitantes y, como decía antes, ¿no?, es un planeta que se encuentra cada vez en proceso de acercamiento, haciéndose cada vez más y más visible, ¿no?, este doble. Lo que abre también, ¿no?, desde el momento que aparece, la posibilidad de viajar con él, ¿no?, de interactuar con él, de conocer, ¿no?, ese doble de uno mismo, ¿no? De hecho, esta es la idea germinal de la que nace la película, ¿no? Según sus guionistas, sabemos que la construcción de la historia íntima vino después, ¿no? La primera idea era justamente esta del doble. Bueno, estudiosos como Doletzel han tratado la tipología del doble en la ficción en relación con los mundos posibles. Por tanto, bueno, el argumento de la película se corresponde con el denominado tema doppelgänger o los gemelos idénticos, que también ha sido denominada en la tradición como tema anfitrión. Es decir, que coexisten en un mismo mundo, en un mismo universo, individuos con diferentes identidades, en este caso con historias ligeramente distintas, pero homomórficos. La coincidencia efectiva del doble, deberéis ver la diapositiva final, porque no se produce hasta el final. A lo largo de toda la película, los dos mundos coexisten pero distantes, ¿no? Y los contactos entre ambos mundos se producen, pero es a través de los gobiernos, la sociedad asiste a ellos por televisión. De hecho, hay una escena muy curiosa de ese primer contacto, ¿no?, entre la que puede ser, ¿no?, la encargada de llevarlo a cabo, que se encuentra, ¿no?, en este contacto con su réplica que ha tenido esa misma historia de vida, ¿no? Hay un encuentro de doble, pero no es el de los personajes principales, ese llegará al final, ¿no? Por tanto, en esa distancia que tiene la sociedad, tienen los personajes principales, esa duplicidad se vive fundamentalmente con deseo y con temor, ¿no? No hay una coexistencia material constante como pueda ser el caso en otras historias, en otros libros, en otras películas. Pero esta otra tierra no plantea únicamente el doble como repetición de personajes, sino que también podemos entender que entronca con una tradición de planetas míticos o planetas utópicos. ¿No? Fundamentalmente en la especulación filosófica y científica encontramos ejemplos de este tipo, ¿no?, de planetas gemelos o planetas espejos. Tierras míticas que a menudo lo que sirven es para propiciar la reflexión sobre el nuestro, ¿no?, algo que es muy habitual también en la ficción proyectiva. Ejemplos de ello son el antictón, la antitierra o contratierra, ¿no?, este planeta hipotético del pitagórico Filolao, que se ubicaba entre la Tierra y el fuego central, protegiéndola de este. Pero es que también la búsqueda de planetas gemelos es una constante en la ciencia, ¿no? Lo sabemos. Claro, se trata de planetas que presentan condiciones de vida paralelas a esto, ¿no? No, en principio lo que se está buscando no se espera que haya planetas idénticos, ¿no?, en el final. Otro de los elementos también y distinto es el de los mundos paralelos, ¿no? Que han sido tan fructíferos en la ficción, ¿no? Pensemos, por ejemplo, que esto también, ¿no? Es una hipótesis científica, pero que sin embargo, pues en la ciencia ficción o en, ¿no? Por ejemplo, series, ¿no? O películas como las de Marvel han sacado, ¿no? tanto rendimiento a hipótesis como las de los mundos paralelos. Bueno, en esta película la construcción del doble se lleva a cabo a través de la bifurcación temporal de lo que son dos mundos idénticos, ¿no? Lo que sucede es que, ¿no? Se plantea la película, es que justo en el momento de hacerse visible, es decir, cuando Roda tiene el accidente, es en ese momento cuando va a tener lugar la bifurcación temporal. Es en ese momento en el que el espejo se rompe, ¿no? Como si no pudieran coexistir los dos planetas idénticos desde el momento, ¿no? En el que toman conciencia uno de otro. Bueno, se trata de un doble externo, en tanto que son personas separadas y aparentemente independientes de las otras. Bueno, en el mismo año en el que sale esta película, en 2011, vio la luz también, seguramente estará más conocida por ustedes, la película Melancolía de las Montier, en el que un planeta, que en este caso tiene un tamaño mucho mayor de la Tierra, se dirige a una inevitable colisión con esta hasta producir su exterminio, ¿no? Que imagino que esto es conocido. Bueno, ambas películas han sido a menudo han sido objeto de una lectura conjunta, ¿no? Se las ha calificado como psicoapocalipsis, a pesar de ser películas muy distintas. Lo que sucede es que en ambos casos funcionan como una metáfora del trauma, ¿no? Por ejemplo, el trauma, la depresión en Montrier, ¿no? Y el caso de esta película de Hegel, de el otro que sirve de espejo a un yo dañado, ¿no? Sería, de alguna manera, a lo que está apuntando esta metáfora, ¿no? Del planeta espejo. Bueno, las figuraciones del doble y de una manera más amplia de la alteridad no se agotan en esta idea germinal del planeta gemelo, sino que esto permite vincular cuestiones centrales para la narrativa del trauma. Sabemos, ¿no? Por las investigaciones al respecto, que el mito del doble es un cauce perfecto para planteamientos sobre la identidad, ¿no? Como ha señalado Juan Herrero Cecilia, y le cito, para todo sujeto humano, la realidad más misteriosa es sin duda el enigma de su identidad y el enigma de la relación con el otro. El doble plantea la pregunta inevitable de justamente la unicidad del sujeto, ¿no? Por lo que se vuelve especialmente significativo para tratar determinadas cuestiones, como por ejemplo la pregunta por la identidad fracturada del trauma. Por esa distancia insalvable entre un yo pasado y un yo presente, ¿no? A esto apunta no solo esa constante invitación del planeta gemelo, ¿no? con el doble allí, sino también escenas, por ejemplo, de Roda confrontada a su propia imagen delante de un espejo, de un cristal. Ya que los personajes, y especialmente Roda, no se reconocen o no son capaces de enfrentarse consigo mismos. También, además de esto, la pregunta por ese otro yo incólume, ¿no? Que no habría sufrido la pérdida, ¿no? Por cómo sería esa Roda 2, ¿no? Y cómo sería la Roda 1 si el accidente no se hubiese producido, ya que la irreversibilidad del acontecimiento traumático contrasta con esa posibilidad de viaje que abre el planeta, ¿no? Y al cual esa posibilidad la va a obtener Roda porque postula a un programa que admite a muy pocas personas. Roda, con su historia de vida, consigue ese viaje, ¿no? Entonces, esa posibilidad de viaje a un lugar en el que el trauma no ha sucedido, ¿no? Y además de estos dobles, que sin duda están relacionados con esa ruptura en la psique que produce el trauma, en el tiempo especialmente, hay otras formas de alteridad en la película que tienen que ver con esos otros a los que el accidente ha unido irremediablemente. Así, la figura del doble, fascinante y lejana, contrasta con la cercanía del otro, ¿no? De ese otro que en el caso de esta película, para Roda, es John, y a cuya cura, ¿no? Es la víctima que ha quedado viva del accidente, que despierta del coma, y a cuya curación y reparación se va a consagrar Roda, desde que una confusión, luego la mencionaré, los vincula. Así, ese otro cercano confronta a la personaje principal con la responsabilidad de sus acciones. Bueno, vamos a pasar ahora a cómo se representa el trauma en esta película. Puede dividirse la trama en 4 periodos, ¿no? Como se cuenta el relato. En primer lugar, la etapa previa al accidente, ¿no? Que ocupa apenas 2 minutos iniciales, en las que se muestra la euforia, ¿no? de una joven, de celebración. Además aparece Roda hablando, ¿no? Y ¿no? transmitiendo pues, ¿no? su pasión por la astronomía. Bueno, el homicidio involuntario se produce, como señalaba antes, en el regreso de Roda a su hogar y respectivamente también en el regreso, ¿no? Están volviendo John y su familia a su casa, y se muestra con gran crudeza, ¿no? De hecho, hay imágenes del niño muerto, ¿no? de la mujer muerta, y es, como contaba antes, ese momento en el que Roda está escuchando en la radio que se ha descubierto el nuevo planeta, en el que ella saca la cabeza, ¿no? por el cristal, ¿no? Y está ahí cuando sucede, ¿no? Y arrolla a la familia que está esperando en el cruce. La tercera etapa ¿no? es 4 años después, cuando Roda sale de la cárcel y se muestran los efectos que ha tenido el trauma en sus protagonistas, ¿no? Tanto en Roda, que en este caso fundamentalmente los efectos son la enorme culpa que está arrastrando, y vemos, por ejemplo, en la película el aislamiento, la incomunicación, el rechazo a su yo pasado, hasta el punto de quitarse la vida. Bueno, en toda la película, Roda asume un trabajo por debajo de sus capacidades, como limpiadora en su antiguo instituto, y en toda la película la limpieza, tanto esta como luego la que hará en casa de John, funciona como una metáfora, ese intento de reparación, ¿no? Esa necesidad de Roda, ¿no? de hacer un trabajo físico y de reparar. Bueno, en cuanto a John, ¿no? Si en Roda tenemos la culpa, en John tenemos fundamentalmente el duelo, que le ha llevado, ¿no? Una vez que sale del coma, le ha llevado a una depresión. No se ocupa ¿no? de su cuidado corporal, ha abandonado su trabajo, profesor universitario, ha abandonado también la música, ¿no? Compositor e intérprete, y se ve claramente que es incapaz de seguir adelante. Bueno, estos 2 personajes perdidos, ¿no? en esta cuarta etapa, van a emprender juntos el proceso de curación. Claro, no es un proceso de curación lineal o claro, puesto que se vive desde la confusión y la implicación emocional de la perpetradora y la víctima. Ya que cuando Roda va a pedir perdón a casa de John, se ve envuelta en una mentira, puesto que no es capaz de confesar que ella es, ¿no? digamos, la responsable de la muerte de su familia, y bueno, allí ¿no? se hace pasar por limpiadora, puesto que ella efectivamente lo es, y es contratada por John para la limpieza de su casa. Lo que sucede es que ambos personajes comienzan a hacerse compañía mutuamente y a convertirse respectivamente en la salvación del otro. Sin embargo, claro, es una curación que está basada en una mentira, ¿no? Y esta curación, ¿no? Este enamoramiento, terminará efectivamente cuando Roda reconozca que ella es la joven no responsable de la muerte. Sucederá entonces que le cede su viaje, el viaje que le han concedido a esa otra tierra, se lo cederá a John, ¿no? La oportunidad de experimentar con esa vida alternativa en la que el trauma no ha sucedido. Bueno, uno de los aspectos en los que coinciden los estudiosos del trauma, tanto desde la psicología como la crítica literaria, imagino, ¿no?, que se tratará en este congreso también, es que su representación no es simple, no es sencilla, no es lineal. Ya avanzó Katy Caruth que el trauma lleva acompañada su inefabilidad, es decir, ¿no?, la imposibilidad de decirse directamente y al mismo tiempo la imposibilidad de no decirse, ¿no? El trauma no necesita decirse y sin embargo no puede. Los lenguajes que sirven aquí para expresar esa ruptura de la comunicabilidad son variados. Bueno, el recurso de elementos míticos, tanto visuales como verbales, podemos considerarlo la vía principal, ¿no?, ya que permiten expresar toda esa resonancia emocional en la película. Sin embargo, no es la única, ¿no?, porque también hay otras semiosis que aparecen en la película en relación con el trauma, como por ejemplo la música, ¿no? La música desempeña un papel muy importante, ¿no? A través de la música los personajes interaccionan, no olvidemos que John es compositor y el hecho de, en su proceso de curación implica justamente volver a ser capaz de tocar, de componer y de compartir música, ¿no? Entonces, está muy, muy relacionado. También los silencios recurrentes, es una película que transcurre una buena parte en silencio, o la presencia de sentidos como el tacto para justamente expresar aquello que los personajes no pueden verbalizar, ¿no? Y está muy presente. El oído y el tacto, ¿no?, son muy importantes. Bueno, además, los silencios de la película están atravesados por un constante ruido de fondo, ¿no?, al que asisten los personajes principales, de esos discursos de la sociedad, ¿no?, que tienen lugar pues, a través de los medios de comunicación fundamentalmente, ¿no?, como sucedería aquí si descubriesen, ¿no?, este planeta, nosotros cómo asistiríamos a ello, pues fundamentalmente a través de la radio, de la televisión, ¿no?, y efectivamente es así como sucede, ¿no? Vamos enterándonos también de lo que está sucediendo a través de esos medios, ¿no? Bueno, la ansiedad que genera, ¿no?, esa ansiedad colectiva que genera el descubrimiento, primero de otra tierra, luego se sabe que es una tierra idéntica, hace que la sociedad recurra también al mito para expresar ese miedo y, bueno, a su vez, como señalaba el profesor Losada en la inauguración, para tratar de comprender lo incomprensible, ¿no? Esto se ve reflejado, ya digo, en ese ruido de discursos sociales que son constantes. Dos ejemplos de ello, John compara el viaje a esta Tierra 2 con la salida de la caverna platónica y lo hace en un sentido negativo. Pues dirá John, cuando ese filósofo sale y ve la realidad, a la vuelta es criticado, dice John, es apaleado por aquellos que no están preparados para conocer esa verdad. Otra alusión mítica es la de la Torre de Babel, en la que, bueno, en la película, unos manifestantes comparan, ¿no?, toda la respuesta social, los intentos de comunicación del gobierno con una Babel moderna, ¿no? De hecho, este ruido, ¿no?, que llega por diferentes medios de comunicación se asemeja mucho a esa Babel, ¿no?, que ha disparado la presencia de un elemento amenazador como es el planeta género. Bueno, concluyendo ya, hemos visto cómo la película, los elementos míticos son el recurso principal para vehicular esas preguntas que despiertan el acontecimiento traumático, como son la identidad, la alteridad, la culpa, la reparación o el perdón. Es decir, cómo tratar nuestro yo dañado y, a su vez, cómo relacionarnos con el otro al que hemos dañado. Los lenguajes del trauma, sabemos por Caruth o Joshua Peterson, no son ni lineales ni transitivos, decía antes. Recurre por ello la película a otras semiosis no verbales y, bueno, también en el plano social, además, los elementos míticos plasman esa ansiedad social y el deseo de dar sentido. Y ya terminando, ¿no? En definitiva, Anno der Erf es una de esas ficciones que, como se decía en el argumentario de este congreso, es en las que coinciden mito y trauma y, además, particularmente, ¿no? en un contexto cultural que es justo el de las primeras décadas del siglo XXI, ¿no? Que ya, como se señalaba, es especialmente propicio para este tipo de narración. Y nada, aquí tienen la escena de Roda, por fin visitada por Roda 2, ¿no? Al final de la película. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, si os parece, damos paso a Carolina López y luego hacemos la ronda de preguntas al final. Bueno, como os decía antes, Carolina nos va a hablar de crimen y trama en el mito de López-Varela, análisis de la práctica performativa y de poesía de acción de Quiera Mulas y Sergio Pérez.
Muchas gracias, Asu, por la invitación al Congreso. Me hace mucha ilusión presentaros esta comunicación porque forma parte, todavía no sé en qué medida, de mi proyecto de tesis doctoral, en el que trabajo las reescrituras del mito de Filomela y Procne en la literatura contemporánea, y fijándome especialmente en qué es lo que queda del mito en un contexto desmitificado como el que vivimos actualmente, en el que el pensamiento inmanente es el que gobierna. Entonces, bueno, quería para empezar, no sé en qué medida conocéis el mito. Siempre soy un poco escéptica, o sea, no me gusta mucho hacer resúmenes, pero como recordatorio, el mito de Filomela y Procne tiene su origen, bueno, tiene las primeras referencias en Homero, y luego la versión que os voy a resumir ahora es la más extendida, es la que aparece en las metamorfosis de Ovidio. Entonces, el mito se inicia con una boda entre Procne, hija de Pandion, que es el rey ateniense, y Tereo, que es un rey tracio con el que Pandion ha firmado una alianza. Entonces, Procne es quien cierra, quien completa esta alianza. Esta unión es desaprobada por los dioses, según en cada... No siempre se nos da una explicación concreta de esta desaprobación, pero hay quien argumenta que se trata de pues una oposición a que se junte la sangre ateniense, la sangre de los ciudadanos, con la sangre bárbara. Pasados los años, bueno, Procne tiene un hijo que se llama Itis, pero pide ver a Filomela, a su hermana, y es entonces cuando Tereo accede a este reencuentro, va a buscar a Filomela a Atenas, y es entonces cuando se produce el primer evento traumático de este relato, en el que Tereo se ve incapaz de evitar enamorarse perdidamente de Filomela, la viola, y cuando Filomela le amenaza con contar la verdad, le corta la lengua y le encierra en una cabaña, en un bosque, en la isla del mundo. Procne consigue en esta cabaña tejer una tela en la que a través de signos se narra lo que le ha ocurrido y hace llegar la tela a través de una criada a su hermana Procne. Y bueno, las hermanas se reencuentran y traman una venganza que consiste en asesinar a Itis, al hijo común entre Tereo y Procne, cocinarlo y servírselo a su padre, de manera que su padre devora a su propio hijo sin tener conocimiento de ello. Cuando el rey Tereo pide ver a Itis, Filomela sale de su escondite y le muestra la cabeza de su hijo y le dice: está dentro de ti y lo acabas de comer. No se lo dice, pero digamos que da a entender que se acaba de comer a su hijo. Tereo persigue a las hermanas, que son transformadas igual que en otros relatos de las metamorfosis. Las transformaciones en aves siempre se producen en acción, corriendo. Entonces son transformadas por piedad de los dioses en algunos escritos, en otros escritos, de hecho en el propio relato de las metamorfosis, la intervención de los dioses en esta metamorfosis no aparece de manera explícita, son transformados en Filomela en ruiseñor, Procne en golondrina y Tereo en aguilla. Esta transformación varía según las versiones, dado que, sobre todo en la tradición latina, se opera una inversión. Al principio, en los primeros escritos del mito, quien se transforma en golondrina sería Filomela y Procne se transforma en ruiseñor. Esto quiero que lo tengáis en cuenta porque luego voy a presentar algunos textos y a veces queda poco claro. Entonces, para iniciar mi lectura del mito, quería presentaros cuáles son, desde el punto de vista de la mentalidad griega y romana, cuáles son las grandes transgresiones que se cometen en este relato que os acabo de transmitir. Entonces, en el primer cuadro os presento las transgresiones que realiza Tereo. Tereo, a la hora de violar a Procne, somete a estupro a una mujer libre. Si Procne hubiera sido una esclava, habríamos hablado de otra cosa, pero al tratarse de una mujer libre, tiene una vinculación con su línea paterna. Entonces, ofender a una mujer libre significa ofender a su padre o a su hermano, a la familia paterna. En este caso, Pandíon es rey, no es una persona corriente, digamos. Entonces, el hecho de que Tereo viole a Procne supone que la alianza política se rompa. Véronique Gély lee la violación de Procne como un incesto de segundo tipo, es decir, aunque la violación de Filomela. Filomela no es pariente de sangre de Tereo, pero sí que es un pariente político, de manera que podríamos estar hablando de un incesto a la hora de leer el relato. La glosectomía, el hecho de que le quite la lengua, también supone un crimen atroz en la cultura griega, dado que para ellos el lenguaje es lo que nos hace humanos, es lo que nos diferencia de los animales. Cuando le quitas la posibilidad de hablar a una persona, le estás quitando su naturaleza humana. Y por último, por supuesto, la antropofagia, que es un tabú en muchísimas culturas, el hecho de que un ser humano se coma a otro ser humano, está socialmente bastante mal visto. En el caso desde la perspectiva de las hermanas, que es este segundo cuadro que os presento debajo, Procne comete una transgresión social a la hora de querer seguir manteniendo el contacto con su familia de sangre. Ella, ahora que se ha casado, pertenece a su marido, pertenece a su familia, y sin embargo ella desde el principio quiere volver a ver a su hermana. Este es un aspecto que le hace volver a sus orígenes en lugar de seguir hacia adelante, hacia lo que es su destino y lo que han firmado por ella en una alianza política. Y las dos hermanas cometen una subversión de las funciones de género, sobre todo la madre que debería estar cuidando a su hijo es quien lo mata, y además se hace una utilización irónica de las habilidades de las mujeres. Las mujeres en la cultura griega son las que cocinan y Procne y Filomela cocinan a un niño y son las que tejen, pero en este caso el tejido, el hecho de tejer se utiliza para desvelar una verdad que ha sido oculta por el orden patriarcal. Por supuesto, bueno, estas primeras transgresiones son estudiadas sobre todo por los acercamientos feministas al mito. Y yo lo que quiero tener en cuenta también es que el mito surge en un contexto sagrado, en un contexto en el que existe un pensamiento acerca de lo luminoso, acerca de todo este tipo de cuestiones que a veces olvidamos cuando hablamos de los mitos. Los dioses no aprueban este vínculo político y eso supone una transgresión en el orden trascendente que va a aparecer de maneras diversas en las distintas escrituras. Hay veces que se habla directamente de la intervención de las erinias, de las furias, este tipo de deidades que controlan la voluntad humana y hacen que los deseos se vuelvan irreprimibles. Y bueno, y también existe una vinculación de este mito a los cultos báquicos, al hecho de que las mujeres salen de su hogar en un gesto poco común en su naturaleza, en una celebración, y es entonces cuando pueden encontrarse las dos hermanas, porque si no, de otra manera no podrían verse. El elemento que más se repite, sobre todo cuando hablamos de referencias breves al mito, es el sacrificio ritual. Siempre se habla del banquete caníbal, de este crimen que comete Procne contra su propio hijo. Y tenemos que entender que el sacrificio en la cultura griega es un elemento ritual extremadamente importante en el que los griegos se ponen en contacto con la esfera de lo luminoso a través del sacrificio de un animal que se va poco a poco sacralizando a través de una serie de gestos. A veces se le pone una marca en la cabeza, llega al lugar de sacrificio, pues sigue una serie de pasos. Y el sacrificio ritual culmina con el sacrificio evidentemente de la víctima, de la res normalmente, y finalmente debe producirse una vuelta a la normalidad a través de la ingesta de la carne que ha sido previamente cocinada. Tenemos que ver el sacrificio de Itis como un sacrificio profano realizado por mujeres. Los sacrificios religiosos normalmente los realizan hombres, y además siguiendo, como he dicho, una serie de pasos en un contexto determinado. Entonces, el hecho de que dos mujeres realicen un sacrificio es una profanación del rito religioso, y además es que la vuelta a la normalidad a través de la ingesta de la carne de la res no se produce en el momento en el que es un niño el que es devorado. Entonces, esto supone una interrupción de la temporalidad natural, porque el hecho de que un hijo sea devorado por su propio padre pone el tiempo en suspenso, no permite que la ciclicidad de las generaciones se produzca. Entonces, teniendo en cuenta todo esto, es normal que los dioses tengan que intervenir y frenar esta serie de venganzas mediante la metamorfosis de los personajes en animales. Yo leo en la metamorfosis un gesto de retribución, porque el ruiseñor y la golondrina simbolizan la llegada de la primavera y la ciclicidad de las estaciones, de manera que hemos interrumpido el tiempo a través del sacrificio y la antropofagia, y la recuperamos a través de la transformación de los personajes en aves, además con este significado simbólico. Lo que pasa es que esta lectura no se ve tan claramente, sobre todo en las reescrituras. El mito resulta extremadamente ambiguo. Vemos, por ejemplo, en este epigrama de Marcial, que Filomela llora el crimen del incestuoso Tereo, y ella, que fue una joven muda, se convierte en un pájaro cantor. Entonces, yo aquí leo dos elementos contrapuestos, porque por un lado Filomela llora el crimen del incestuoso Tereo, ella no olvida, incluso transformada en pájaro, el crimen de Tereo, pero sin embargo en la transformación existe, en la metamorfosis existe se le devuelve la capacidad de cantar, se le devuelve la voz que se le ha quitado cortándole la lengua. Entonces, esta función retributiva de la metamorfosis es muy compleja. En la segunda lectura, ya esto es un autor bastante posterior, ya de época latina, dice así, bueno, está hablando de la celebración del regreso de Dionisio, y habla de cómo el ruiseñor olvida los crímenes que han acontecido para rendir homenaje a Dionisio. Dice: así, olvidando a Ítilo es Itis, y a la tejedora Filomela, el ruiseñor ático, de cuello jaspeado, cantaba armoniosamente, y el ave charlatana de Céfiro destiló un canto bajo el dosel, arrojando a los cuatro vientos todo recuerdo de Tereo. la metamorfosis sirve para olvidar lo que ha ocurrido. Y en la misma obra vemos este otro texto que nos devuelve a esta ambigüedad de si la metamorfosis ha servido o no para olvidar los hechos acontecidos. Dice, bueno, en este caso son dos mujeres vírgenes, una de ellas teme a Tifón que quiere acostarse con ella. Entonces dice una de ellas, ojalá tuviera ligeras alas para correr por elevados caminos por la ruta de los vientos aéreos, aunque Tifón, a pesar de mis alas, podría alcanzarme, pues con sus altos brazos llega hasta las nubes. Pero si él me forzara injustas uniones, cambiaré de forma mezclándome con las aves junto a Filomela, mensajera de las rosas y del rocío que hará florecer. Seré la golondrina, amiga del céfiro primaveral, el ave que hace resonar su canción charlatana bajo el hospitalario techo y baila en torno al nido con alada danza. Sí, Progne, fuiste amargamente y llorarás a tu hijo con doloroso canto. Yo, por mi parte, gemiré en mis lechos. Zeus, soberano, mejor no me conviertas en una golondrina, no sea cosa que el alado Tereo me persiga como tifón. Entonces creo que podéis ver esa ambigüedad, la que algunas veces parece que el hecho de que la metamorfosis aleje a los personajes y les haga vivir también en regiones diferentes, puede permitir que los hechos terribles no se vuelvan a producir, pero por otra parte parece que tampoco sirve del todo, ¿no? Porque finalmente esta mujer dice, mejor no me conviertas en una golondrina porque al final no sirve para nada. Entonces, y ya paso a mi lectura de la poesía de acción, una de las escrituras contemporáneas que se hace de este libro. La crítica feminista ha tomado el mito y ha seleccionado los elementos que más me interesan para desarrollar su teoría y su reescritura, cosa que me parece completamente, bueno, ocurre muchísimo, en muchísimas ocasiones hay elementos del mito que a lo mejor nos llaman más la atención y entonces es en torno a ellos, construimos las nuevas escrituras. Entonces, en este caso, Serge Pey habla de un concepto que es una problemática que viene ya de principios de siglo. En la poesía francesa habla de le manège du monde, manège es tío vivo. Para él existe una falta de sentido en el mundo causada por una repetición y por la repetición y la multiplicidad. Sobre todo se habla de que la palabra, al haberse repetido tantas veces y muchas veces con una finalidad malvada, pierde su sentido y su capacidad de crear cosas buenas. Se habla sobre todo de la palabra oral, que se utiliza para la mentira. Del mismo modo, y aquí se traza el primer puente, que Tereo utiliza la palabra para contar una historia que no es verdadera, utilizando el lenguaje para hacer daño. Esta mentira se ve desde un punto de vista político y social. La palabra utilizada, y sobre todo esta es una lectura histórica para justificar las guerras, la Primera y la Segunda Guerra Mundial, que es de donde viene este pensamiento, y también en un sentido artístico individual. El ser humano se vuelve incapaz de utilizar la misma palabra que se usa para hacer la guerra para crear, para hablar de manera positiva. Entonces, de esta manera, él toma el mito de Filomela y Progne y realiza toda una reescritura, que os trae un fragmento, pero él va punto por punto recreando este mito en un texto que es a la vez narrativo, extremadamente simbólico y también profundamente filosófico y metaliterario. Yo creo que también por la posición que ocupa este texto en el libro que publicó en 2010, que es el primero, es prácticamente una poética de su propia acción creativa. Entonces, os traduzco lo que os he traído. Serge Pey afirma que no hay una poesía enviada del cielo, una poesía en mayúsculas. Nosotros mismos somos la poesía, cada generación posee una parcela de poder poético que debe ejercer. La leyenda de Filomela, perdida en el resplandor de la noche griega, es el mito fundador de la poesía contemporánea que reinventa la poesía contra la poesía que no lo sabe. Un pacto secreto nos une a Filomela, a la poesía permanente como revolución. Su lengua arrancada es nuestro manifiesto negro. Serge Pey invita en este texto a pensar especialmente en el agujero negro de la boca de Filomela, el agujero que queda cuando se le arranca la lengua, no se le prohíbe hablar y se la obliga a utilizar la creación poética para superar el trauma de esta acción violenta que se comete contra ella. Se habla de un hilo sangrante que crea una pelota desde la boca de Filomela y que llega rodando hasta nuestros pies, de manera que nosotros estamos obligados a perpetuar lo que él llama un ritual de la lengua cortada, es decir, una búsqueda de la lengua mediante la creación. Es la única manera de hablar de lo que ocurre negativo, del trauma personal de cada uno y también del trauma conjunto, mediante la creación artística. De manera que existe una contraposición entre la lengua oral, que se relaciona con la lengua dominante del que corta, es decir, del opresor, y el texto escrito, que sería una tela en la que nosotros podemos bordar la verdad o nuestra verdad y superar el trauma a través de la creación. Y es curioso porque a continuación os presento, Seus trabaja conjuntamente con un artista que se llama Chiara Mulas, que hace performance. Ellos consideran, bueno, dan otro nombre a la performance, la llaman poesía de acción por las connotaciones para ellos burguesas que tiene la performance. Pero bueno, yo os presento aquí una performance que se hizo en relación con este texto, en la que Chiara Mulas realiza lo que parece ser un ritual, es decir, es un ritual en otro sentido que el ritual de la tradición grecolatina, pero sí que tiene una serie de pasos y una serie de pistas que a mí me hacen pensar en un ritual. Aparte de este nombre que otorga en su texto del ritual de la lengua cortada. Entonces, Chiara Mulas inicia este acto, aparece sentada con las piernas abiertas en una mesa y con unas flores entre las piernas que simbolizan la violación. De allí, de entre las flores va a sacar una lengua, la va a cortar por la mitad y va a empezar a abordarla, va a empezar a abordarla en su propio vestido, va a empezar a coser la lengua en su propio vestido. La lengua está atada a un libro con una boca, una foto de una boca en la portada, y ella va a cortar las cuerdas de ese libro, finalmente va a abrir el libro y del agujero de la boca negra de Filomela y Chiara Mulas pues va a salir una especie de tinta. Ella va a cerrar el libro y se lo va a entregar al poeta. Entonces, es un acto, bueno, también ocurren más cosas, ¿vale? Porque es un acto que dura 24 minutos. El vídeo lo podéis encontrar si os llama la atención. Hay muchísimos elementos con una simbología muy compleja. Yo no me quiero detener en todos ellos, pero sí que me parece interesante la manera en la que ella plasma el texto de Seus sin que esto signifique, sin que sea una obra de teatro, digamos. Ella también reconsidera lo que Seus habla del lenguaje que se nos quita, también lo hace desde el punto de vista femenino, es decir, ya su lectura es completamente feminista. Para ella este mal que ocurre en el lenguaje y en la violencia que puede expresar el lenguaje escrito es una cuestión de las mujeres, es decir, las mujeres tienen también la obligación en la historia de la literatura, ya que se les ha sido negado el derecho a expresarse, de contar este mal. Y ya para concluir, quiero que de esta comunicación saquéis, si es posible, y si me he expresado bien, que existen diversas interpretaciones del trauma. Para cada persona que lea un texto griego va a sacar diversos elementos que pueden resultarles sorprendentes y que pueden ser el fruto del trauma. Entonces, a lo mejor en la cultura griega esta violación de Filomela no tiene las mismas repercusiones cuando nosotros leemos o cuando pensamos nosotros en una violación. En ambos casos es negativo, evidentemente, es un crimen, pero por razones distintas. Y luego que en la literatura podemos encontrar sistemas de retribución a través de elementos trascendentes, como es la metamorfosis en el mito antiguo, o como es la reescritura creativa en las escrituras contemporáneas de esta historia. Y bueno, muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias a los ponentes y bueno, está abierta la sesión para preguntas del público, comentarios. A mí me han surgido varias cosas, como veo que de momento no se anima a nadie, para ir calentando un poco. Ahora os hago la pregunta, pero bueno, en relación con tu ponencia, bueno, me recordaba mucho a Marina Abramovic, ¿no? Esta Kiara, ¿cómo es?
Kiara Mulas.
Mulas, sí. Comentarte el tema de lo del lenguaje manipulado, etcétera, que parece que bueno, está poniendo de manifestar esta poesía en acción, ¿no? De este poeta francés. Comenzó también en los años 60-70 en el pop con William Burroughs, no sé si conoces la obra que se llama La Revolución Electrónica, Electronic Revolution, y él habla ahí de que el lenguaje es un virus institucionalizado, ¿no? Y entonces, bueno, pues a partir de ahí, toda la experimentación que hicieron del cut-up, que cortaban los textos, un poco también como los surrealismo, ¿no?
Es que en realidad esta cuestión del lenguaje, por lo que yo sé y estudié para mi TFG, en mi TFG y mi TFM estudié a otro poeta francés, se llama Francis Ponch. Y ese problema viene de las vanguardias. O sea, las vanguardias problematizan esa cuestión del lenguaje que ya está completamente manido, expirado y ya no puede expresar nada de lo que podemos querer decir en el mundo.
Sí, y el tema de explosión, ¿no? De familiarización y efectivamente. Sí. Pero vamos, en el caso de Burroughs habla del virus, de un virus institucional, es decir, de que es un lenguaje de poder y que hay que romper con ese lenguaje, lo cual iba un poco...
Sí, que va desde, digamos, el ámbito más académico, literario, a ya un ámbito político. Y de hecho estos dos, SRP y Kiara Mulas, las acciones que tienen, bueno, esta concretamente sí que se realizó en la universidad, porque se hacía un congreso en una SRP, pero la mayoría de acciones que llevan a cabo son en la calle. Entonces, pues este componente político,
claro,
la acción poética.
Pues bueno, yo tenía una pregunta o un comentario para las dos, a ver si podríamos, y mientras se anima el público a preguntar y tal, porque bueno, yo intentaba buscar también puntos de acercamiento que me ha parecido que justamente era la cuestión de la temporalidad y cómo se abordaba de maneras distintas en las dos obras, también lógicamente, porque estamos hablando de cosas muy diferentes, una película, obras literarias basadas en obras clásicas. Y entonces, bueno, como en uno de los casos tenemos la metamorfosis como posibilidad de abrir otro futuro, de abrir otra línea narrativa, por así decir, eso por un lado, ¿no? Y en el caso de Another Earth, el cambio espacial permitiría, no he visto la película, pero entiendo que están en distintas temporalidades también las dos planetas. Entonces, al cambiar de planeta, permitiría el poder volver a vivir o poder, ¿no? Eran dos formas distintas, ¿no? Eso por una parte, pero luego lo que me ha parecido que también subyace en las dos, y corregirme si me equivoco, es el tema del ritual. Me ha parecido que, y claro, ahí no he podido evitar pensar en Eliade, ¿no? Y la idea de la performatividad también como una forma ritualista de volver a realizar la acción y poder cambiarla. No lo sé. Esto es todo lo que me ha ido surgiendo. Yo lo suelto así y a ver qué sale.
Vale, cojo quizá, o se me oye si hablo. Me parecen las dos cuestiones que planteas interesantísimas, porque quizá la del tiempo no es la más evidente. Es decir, podría haberse hecho un relato del trauma, porque efectivamente el trauma es fragmentario, haber jugado muchísimo más con la temporalidad, planteando pues más prolepsis, análisis en la película y haciéndolo la clave, ¿no? Sin embargo, está vinculado a los elementos míticos, porque efectivamente hay esa bifurcación temporal. No estamos relacionando el tiempo con la fractura, como señalaba antes, en cuanto a que en el momento en que se sufre el acontecimiento traumático, eso es irreversible, ¿no? Algo que, ¿no? Es algo que puede suceder rápido como un accidente y, sin embargo, para la mente humana, la dificultad de comprender que ya siempre va a haber otro yo, el pasado y el presente no puede salvar esa brecha insalvable, ¿no? Y, sin embargo, aquí, como ¿no? La imagen de Borges del jardín de los senderos que se bifurcan, aquí los dos planetas nos enteramos después que se han bifurcado temporalmente. Entonces, sí, eso me parece muy interesante y ya enlazo con la otra cuestión para darle la palabra a Carolina. No había pensado, pero en el momento que lo has introducido, lo he pensado y me parece totalmente apropiado lo del ritual. Porque una de las cosas que no había comentado, pero que a mí me recuerda completamente en la película, es esta cuestión, al menos yo lo vinculo, de la limpieza. Porque a mí me parece que el esquema se parece mucho al de la heroína de los cuentos populares, tiene que hacer toda una serie de pruebas para finalmente conseguir, ¿no? Pues, el objetivo, ¿no? Evidentemente con toda la distancia posible, pero hay aquí un poco de ese peregrinaje que la protagonista se impone a sí misma a través de, bueno, no sé, esa literatura
de Camber, pero en versión femenina.
Pero en versión, sí, interior, traumática, pero efectivamente lo que pasa es que, bueno, claro, esto quizá requeriría de un mayor análisis, por eso no lo incluye en la ponencia, pero sí, la parte del ritual también aquí está, ¿no?
Es que cualquier ritual, y en este sentido también me empatizo contigo, porque cualquier ritual que nos podamos encontrar en la literatura, bueno, en general, es extremadamente difícil de plasmar en una comunicación de pocos minutos, porque tiene tantos elementos, con un valor simbólico, una carga simbólica tan importante, que es muy, muy complicado hacer pues un desglose de todos los elementos, de todo lo que entra en juego, ¿no? Incluso aunque este ritual sea limpia tu casa, ¿no? Y enfrentar unas connotaciones muy, muy grandes. Y el asunto de la limpieza me parece además súper, y el hecho de que ella además, lo que has contado, que limpie la casa de la persona a la que ha dañado, como si ella pudiera como sanarle a través de, además esta correspondencia muchas veces de casa-cuerpo, la casa es también de cuerpo. Y estoy interesada en ver la película, pues me ha parecido muy, muy interesante. Respecto a la temporalidad que comentabas, Asu, en el mito, los mitos funcionan en un tiempo cerrado, y además en un tiempo cerrado que se repite, o sea, el acto está todo el rato.
Sí, por eso he hecho el ritual.
Claro, en eterno retorno. Y este eterno retorno en la mente griega es lo que tiene que ser. Y sin embargo, en las relecturas contemporáneas desde el feminismo, este eterno retorno se lee como una repetición del orden patriarcal eterna de que la mujer no puede salir y de que ella va a ser siempre atacada. Y bueno, y en el caso de la metaliteraria, pues se relaciona con este tío vivo en el que la palabra deja de tener sentido, porque es un tío. Entonces habría que ver si también que la propuesta de Keramul, la serie SSP, me parece muy, muy interesante, porque es salir de este, no sé si salir o si repetirlo, no sé muy bien tampoco con qué finalidad, porque no sé si realmente ellos creen que se pueda llegar a algún cambio con esta repetición o con esta reconstrucción de un ritual nuevo, pero sí que creo que es inevitable, o sea, que a pesar de que quizás esta nueva ritualización no sirva para nada, hay que hacerla porque si no se queda dentro. Creo que también es un asunto que surgía con respecto al trauma ayer. Muchas veces no sabemos cómo sanar o cómo tratar el trauma, pero lo que sí sabemos es que si no hablamos de él se queda dentro y pues no va.
Claro, era también, ¿no? Unas de criticar que dice, ¿no? Esto de la necesidad del trauma de decirse, ¿no? Y en ese sentido también el ritual es una forma, ¿no?
En la música, eso ya no sé, 10, si mal no recuerdo. La repetición, y poco a poco en la repetición va saliendo, pero a base de... Víctor.
Sí, pues una repetición, bueno, enhorabuena por las presentaciones anteriores y de cuando para cuestiones de restaurante para después que estoy organizando, ¿vale? Para después que estoy identificando pero sobre la repetición y el ritual, yo creo que también tiene mucho valor el hecho de que repetir nos da la opción de tomar una distancia, porque bueno, nosotros tenemos la gente del teatro, ¿no? Cuando se repite algo en escena muchas veces y cuando se ritualiza, tú puedes ritualizar tomándotelo muy en serio, o puedes ritualizar tomándotelo muy en serio, pero un poquito de broma también. Hay que estar un poco fuera, ¿no? Quizás la repetición del trauma pues sirve si sabes colocarte desde una posición externa y mirar ese evento traumático como algo que es externo a ti. Es decir, en el fondo lo que podemos aprender a hacer es no podemos eliminar el hecho traumático, ya está claro que eso no va a poder pasar nunca, porque es parte del paquete, ¿no? Con el que viajamos, pero si nos alejamos podemos aprender a verlo como si fuese una cajita, ¿no? En la que no estamos dentro. Si fuera, ¿no? Pues a lo mejor sí que tiene una utilidad realmente esa repetición. Pero claro, ¿cómo se repite esa repetición? Es lo que yo creo que es la clave, ¿verdad? No es tanto que no se pueda repetir, sino que la actitud que se toma, el posicionamiento que toma cada uno, yo creo que ese es el truco está por ahí. Desde luego no era hacer como que no está, porque eso es el camino directo a volver, ¿no? Para ir dentro. Es una reflexión tampoco decir.
Sí, yo con el asunto de tomar el sentido del humor, es verdad que hasta el momento no he estudiado, no he llegado a ver todavía todas las escrituras que se hacen del mito, no sé si hay alguna desde el sentido del humor, pero sería muy interesante. Pero es verdad que el humor en este caso también a veces se utiliza para justamente hablar del evento traumático sin mencionarlo directamente o quitándole peso. Y hay algunas lecturas del mito, de la metamorfosis de Ovidio, en la que escribe este mito, en la que se dice que es que Ovidio tiene un humor negro completamente brutal.
No se trata de humor,
sí.
Se trata de sentido del humor, que hay conceptos graciosas, se refiere a la distancia.
Sí.
Y el humor va asociado a la distancia, entonces tú puedes distanciarte sin sentido del humor, pero no tiene que ser necesariamente una opción que sea divertido, porque hay cosas que no te van a divertir, no te tienen por qué divertir, hay gente que se puede reír de algunas cosas, pero luego el distanciamiento creo que sí es una clave para poder superar o para poder realizar el trauma, ¿no?
Sí.
Sí, esto ya también enlazaría muy bien con ¿no? la mímesis, ¿no? Porque en realidad mímesis y ritualidad también, ¿no? En esa mímesis siempre la especulación, ¿no? Ya Aristóteles hablaba, ¿no? También del placer que genera la mímesis a pesar de ser, por ejemplo, a veces circunstancias del horror, ¿no? Siempre porque esa, ¿no? Objetivación, ¿no? El sacarlo, ¿no? Como también Filomena, ¿no? A través de la tela o, ¿no? Expresarlo, ¿no? Todas las reflexiones sobre el tema, permite justamente tomar esa distancia y al menos el poder ser consciente, ¿no? Entonces también esa necesidad, ¿no? Es ritualidad y también, en este caso, ¿no? La representación, en el fondo son formas de distancia, ¿no? Que están muchas veces vinculadas.
Claro, es que el ritual es un formalismo puro, no es formalizar, es poder codificar lo simbólico, es darle forma, es expresarlo, por lo cual no necesariamente hace que tengas que quitarlo, que tengas que...
Claro, sí, y con poder.
Claro, la persona que está dentro quizá no lo puede pintar adecuadamente, lo pintará, pero seguramente no va a estar pintando desde el distanciamiento, sino desde vivir. Claro, por eso a esto les estáis muy útil en ese sentido.
Chicos, tengo que sugerir que bajen, porque teníamos un descanso de un cuarto de hora, pero ahora solo es de 10 minutos. Es decir, el siguiente panel son 4 personas y va a estar muy cargado. Entonces vamos a, si no os importa, nos vamos a tomar el café, pero 10 minutos en vez de los 15 y seguís la discusión si queréis, porque es que si no les vamos a perjudicar al panel siguiente que van a estar hasta aquí.
Que no se vaya a la vista, que no va a comer, por favor. Sí, sí, acércate. Ahí está.
No había un juego y tal.
Había un fenómeno, pero si lo habéis comunicado, es que sería una enhorabuena. Entonces ya...
Yo me había preparado menos, pero como...
Yo estoy tranquila.
Yo también intenté hablar de esto aquí porque he pensado en el tiempo.
Claro,
Sí,
como hay
yo
tiempo
como
para
había
al
que
final...
pero cuando lo has dicho,
Sí, sí.
que se me pasa. Y
La silencio. Sí, es Vale. Bueno, pues vamos a comenzar este último panel antes de la última plenaria. Y bueno, pues muchas gracias por acompañarnos y es un placer para mí presentar a dos de los panelistas, Elena Dobre, de la Universidad I, que nos va a hablar de trauma y family myth en Don DeLillo, Fallen Man, y y Alejandro Sánchez Cabrera, de la Universidad de Salamanca, que nos va a hablar Demystifying Red Culture, Recovering the Narrative of the Post-Traumatic Self in Miriam Curvas Meme. This session is going to be in English, so welcome both Elena and Alejandro, and you can start whenever you want.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for those of you who are here. I'm going to talk today about Don DeLillo's Fallen Man, and hopefully you're familiar with the title, but I'm going to be providing you relevant details about the work. So I'm going to get started. In his podcast titled 21st Century Mythologies, Peter Conrad claims that uniquely, the United States is a country founded on myths, not on history. The cluster of synchronized terrorist attacks that took place on September 11, which coalesced in an acronym of 9/11, is not only a myth and a beam of how myths are formed in the aftermath of disrupting events, but how myths themselves are enmeshed in a process of shattering and regeneration. The convoluted chronotype of 9/11 indeed substantiates the Barthian tenet that myth is not an object, a concept, or an idea. It's a signification mode, a form, insofar as it imparts and disseminates new ontologic and epistemological truths about a communal, national, and individual, domestic dimensions, in this case of American identities. 9/11 then is a quintessential event in need of signification, an entity which is created rather than existing in itself, a mediated event by excellence, thus prone to mythologizing processes and excesses. Concomitantly, as constituted and constitutive of a process of cultural traumatization, a concept to which we will later turn, 9/11 is doubly amenable to such a process. In discussing the cultural coping with trauma, specifically in what concerns, in this case, the Holocaust or sexual abuse, Khalid Toll lists mythologization alongside medicalization and disappearance as the main strategies employed by social agents to deal with shocking phenomena. Soon enough after its occurring, 9/11 was galvanized in mythical dimensions, as Cromwell asserts. The news media construction of 9/11 as an exceptional experience of unprecedented dimensions ripped the events from their historical context and permitted an interpretation of them in cosmic terms. A struggle between real-world political foes become instead a struggle between abstract good and abstract evil for the soul of humanity. For Iran, and I quote, responses to 9/11 attacks originating from both the state apparatus and the ethical aesthetic sphere belong to the realm of impression and are thus attempts to appropriate the event into comprehensible modes of narration that serve the purposes of power, hegemony, and resistance. The narrative process, in its most elementary sense, casts the terrorist attack as a destabilizing phenomenon, prompting a reckoning with the role of literature, that literature has the myth-making mode of representation, and in broader terms, how narrativization is a process which exceeds the literary frame. It allows also to expand on the affordances of what renowned French philosopher Jean-Luc Nancy asserts, the interruption of myth by literature, wherein the latter category, literature, has come to substitute the former in order to become the properly epochal expression of our mythless community. Has literature displaced myth as a discursive meaning-making instrument, or more modestly, thinking one's individual and collective life through a literary metaphor has become the fundamental myth governing accounts of modern selfhood. Authors such as Bloen and van der Merwe, this is not a good pronunciation, emphasize the correspondence This corresponded by stating that when a person is overwhelmed by trauma, the coherence of life narrative is shattered. The traumatized person has lost the plot, and a void enters the structure of the narrative. The impulse to give pamphlet-like responses to an inherently elusive event create novelistic attempts. The role of art as the medium to enshrine events in certain consideration, that is, to engage with the political dimension of a catastrophe, was polarized by attempts to engage in a mode of representation where what was tested was paradoxically the formal rather than the social limits of literature. Catherine Molly attests to this as she currently argues that in its realism, a form of realism born of frustration with the limits of language as an effective representative tool, the writers that depict the 9/11 events dealt with that limit of representation. Just gonna skip. Many critics exploring the 9/11 novel subgenre have distinguished between a tendency to both encode and unravel the event through its individual dimension, focusing their attention on the domestic small scale. This is the case of titles such as Sharon Schwartz, The Writing on the Wall, or Jonathan, I'm sure you're familiar with this one, with the previous one as well. Jonathan Safran Foer's Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close, Claire Messot's Deeper Children, and finally Jay McInerney's The Good Life. In publishing Falling Man in 2007, after 6 years of silence, saved his article in the Ruins of the Future, issued shortly after the attack, Don DeLillo, the shaman of American dark fiction, seemed to have failed to give a response to what Craig Warren, in light of the public reception of the Commission's reports issued after the events, read as the public's hunger for literature as the means of shaping national identity. And this again comes recording with Jean-Luc Dancy's affirmation we said earlier. However, in failing to engage with the panoramic and public, and here I'm quoting Maelo Alue, choosing instead the domestic and intimate as it's preserved, Don DeLillo has been deemed by criticism as unable to create the next American novel. The stakes were high for an author whose themes had precisely consisted in addressing homeland and global terrorism and conspiracies phenomena through words such as white nose and notoriously mild. Particularly critical voices were that of Richard Gray, who claimed that Falling Man adds next to nothing to our understanding of the trauma at the heart of the action. In fact, it evades that trauma. It suppresses its urgency and disguises difference by inserting it in a series of familiar tropes. Keyword here. However, I want to argue that in working on the domestic myth with its cluster of touch signifiers, prominently, as we're going to see, the role of the man's man, or the role of family in shaping identity. And given the strong association between the private and national dimension of domestic units as foundational on the US imaginary, Don DeLillo necessarily delivers a larger response to the terrorist attack. Essentially, as the sentence uttered by the novel's narrator from Fallen Man says, Don DeLillo sought to provide an account of the event without a constriction imposed by neither outward nor inward demands. What we're saying before, the demands on realism, the demands of the event on language, but wanted to provide a fresco wherein, and here I'm quoting the protagonist, the latent meanings turn and bend in the wind, free from authoritative comment. So this is going to be his endeavor as an author. And now just briefly to comment upon the notion of cultural trauma. In theorizing the dimension of cultural trauma as opposed to individual traumatization, to automatically distinguish between societies which are traumatized and societies which undergo a punctual traumatic event, arguing that, and I'm quoting here, in determining whether a collectivity has been traumatized or cultural trauma has seeped into the national narrative, the process of reconstructing society's collective identity is the foremost factor. To put it simply, the re-narrating of collective identity is the decisive factor in the theories of traumatized societies. In other words, as opposed to individual trauma, what acquires traumatic dimension is not the event in itself, but its subsequent ramification associated to its mediating narrativization, what we were saying before.
The author cites seminal author Jeffrey Alexander on social trauma, who claims that society is described the status of traumatization, indeed, when collective identity becomes significantly revised. This means that there will be a searching, a remembering of the collective past, for memory is not only social and fluid, but deeply connected to the contemporary sense of self. For Neil Smeltzer, this is indeed the case of the post-9/11 American society, wherein there pervaded the sense that the American identity had been altered fundamentally. And this is what allows to see their cultural traumatization, not only a specific traumatic event, but the traumatization that the entire society had undergone. Yet, the contrary is also true, to the extent that familiar tropes, as we saw before, were also mobilized by the political and cultural spheres. This is the case of the foundational Unitarian myth of the American nation as family, which is today invoked by former President Obama in his speech, who called the nation to remember that, and I'm quoting, "Our differences pale beside what unites us, and that when we choose to move forward together as one American family," keyword, the United States doesn't just endure, but we can emerge from our tests and trials stronger. In her oft-quoted work, The Terror Dream, Susan Faludi notes that an effective turn towards the realm of the family, both in terms of the rhetorics propelled by political and mediatic apparatus, as much as by effective changes in marriage patterns took place. The author quotes Ariel Levy, and I think this is a very illustrative dimension of this turn towards domesticity, explained that the need for connubial connection with an approximate percentage of 30% of the individuals being, and I'm quoting, more interested in having a family. So an actual change that took place. And 42% of women being interested in fusing into post-September 11 domestic reform. Laura Bolivar also reads the collective response to the attacks as American society fixating on its weakness and ineffectuality. Even more peculiar was, she says, our displacement of that fixation in the domestic realm into a sexualized struggle between depleted masculinity and overbearing womanhood. Something which critics discussing the gendered dimensions of DeLillo's work have acknowledged. So in working with domestic myth in the aftermath of trauma, DeLillo deals with the private, but also with its transposition to the national, domestic here in the broad national sense of the word, extending on the affordances of the word sense. Alternatively, family is taken as its metonymic value, the novel alternating between the equation of family with the nation and the macro level of family and self. Even though there exists the caveat of conflating the individual psychic life with that of the nation, this clarification of both entities, collective and individual, is indeed examined in the novel through the metonymical life of the family, as we said. Moreover, the nation is considered family insofar as both are being governed by the same official, and I'm quoting here, official agenda of consolation and uplift, which took place following the attacks, which in DeLillo are necessarily complicated. But the author also examines the limitation of the cluster of signifiers articulating the family myth as a homeostatic environment for excellence, able to restore order from chaos, evincing, in fact, the dangers of the retreat into an unavoidable individualism, which, ironically, seems to precede the communal notions of American identity. So Floating Man tells the story of Keith Neudecker, and I hope the irony is not lost to me with the word Neudecker, new beginning. And as we will see, he will develop sort of addiction to poker. A World Trade Center survivor who exits the traumatic scene only to enter it 3 years later, emblematizing the stasis and scarification of the 9/11 survivor being possessed by the dictum with which you're already familiar, the Caruthia traumatic dictum that to be traumatized is precisely to be possessed by an image or an event. Significantly, the opening scenes of the novel shows Keith in a derealized,
dazzlingly disoriented state, living at ground zero degree in an automaton-like fashion, being propelled to a fixed destination. And I'm quoting, "It wasn't until he got in the truck and shut the door that he understood where he'd be going all along." And we'll say that he was going home to his ex-wife's apartment. A few pages later, we find that Keith had been directing himself towards his ex-wife's Leanne's apartment, in other words, towards home. Far from casual, the instinctiveness of these movements, being guided almost by a pre-personal volition, shows the naturalized dimension of the domestic sphere, existing as an almost essentialized space wherein family is seen as the ultimate retreat in the aftermath of this destabilizing event. A key device in creating and redistributing effect, offering the hopes of identity and emotional stability. Indeed, the domestic arena proves to be as the sole, and here I'm quoting this phrase, the sole area of control for the individual, as providing a sense of physical security, which takes aggrandizing dimension in the aftermath of terror. With Keith arriving home, Leanne, the ex-wife, acknowledges the reassuring dimension of having a father to work around the house again, a phenomenon which the novel complicates and destabilizes throughout. Indeed, one of the signification clusters that is reworked in the novel is that of the father being able to provide, and most extensively, the masculinity embodied by what Mary Parrish calls the man's man. According to Parrish, John DeLillo has located, I'm quoting, one of the most deeply held American myths, the man's man, strong and silent, possessing the power and courage to restore order from chaos and bring security and stability to a situation of fear and danger. In being depicted in masculinized terms prior to the attack, quoting like the army, military, that's what how he was depicted, it was aligned with the figuration of quoting soldiers, rescue workers, firemen, figures aimed at responding to the need for psychic comfort inherent in the illusion of safety, premised by the mythic cowboy persona, according to Duncan. Alternatively, the women in the novel are prima facie depicted as the rescuee elements, or the ones in the rear guard, whose sole role is that of assistance. Leanne, his wife, overbearing need for intimacy seems to illustrate this. Similarly, Florence Gibbons, another word full of connotation, Florence Nightingale, the nurse, the British nurse, the survivor whose briefcase Keith takes by mistake. So she was also one of the survivor, and he takes her briefcase by mistake, and to whom Keith will have an affair, sees Keith as a type of savior, as Parrish aptly records, in casting him in a quasi-salvific light. Upon seeing him returning her the briefcase, she says, "Then he walked to the door." Remarkably, and this is interestingly in the book, the signification of authority mapped onto the masculine subject works on another state of signifier. Keith, the individual, is metonymically identified with the nation by virtue of his conflation with the symbolism of the towers, and particularly with the tower's fall. Because in claiming that, and there's a part in the novel when DeLillo says that was him, Keith, the North Tower, so there's a clear conflation of the towers, the protagonist, and the nation. DeLillo seems to evoke not only the American national fragility, but the masculine individual's precariousness as well. In its most basic expression, according to Calif and Ferreira, the family myth refers to a series of fairly well-integrated beliefs shared by all the family members concerning each other and their mutual position in the family life. Beliefs that go unchallenged by everyone involved in spite of the reality distortion which they may conspicuously implement. Though not entirely disrupting, if we consider it against the background of the sociocultural ascribed role in 2001, Leanne unwillingly almost challenges the family myth by fulfilling both paternal and maternal positions, given her husband's intermittent presence. As we will see, Keith is going to be less and less present. And she says, "I'm thinking I'm doing double duty." So she occupies both maternal and paternal position. Indeed, the surely restored communion is precarious. So Keith returns home, but that situation is precarious as Keith, by virtue of his traumatized self, forms an awareness of something akin to an essential elusiveness, which only now, catalyzed by the shock he underwent, he appears to register.
Indeed, he starts to drift away from the domestic setting, spending less and less at home, instead engaging in poker tournaments, whose intermittentness undergird the shady foundation of his new life. Through poker, by being governed by the same fateful dimensions that govern his escape from the attack, he challenges fate at a scale over which he feels he has control. But the lack of familial and familiar settings exacerbates an ongoing process of defamiliarization. Keyword, which challenges the powers of the family signifier to restore an homeostatic order that we were mentioning before. The character will finally come to assert, and I'm quoting, that nothing seemed familiar in a family again, and he felt strange to himself, or always had, but it was different now because he was watching. So we have also this restored awareness catalyzed by the traumatic myth. Another way in which Delilo works the domestic myth is in moving beyond the unit formed by a single individual, mobilizing instead its communal dimension. This is signified by the difference between the stricken community that he acknowledged is the American one of Americans, countered by the dimension of the Muslim community, which appears in a brief but telling scene where Liane briefly reminisces the trip to Cairo, where she's immersed in the Ramadan celebration, and she realized that as much as family is necessary for that identity providing, identity cannot be located but in a sort of dialectic dimension of the individual set against the community. And here the law sort of acknowledges the dangers of retreating in the domestic sphere, and pushes that reckoning with the outer, the communal scene. So to finish, the Lilo returns, albeit in an oblique, weird fashion, to the notion of traumatized community. In so doing, the author seems to be attuned to the same general Nancy that we mentioned in the introduction. Nancy argues that indeed, in the very complication of literature and myth, the real truth behind community emerges. The American author, the Lilo, offers no easy truth, but his work is a fresco in which we can examine the continuum of self, family, community, among which the individual continuously oscillates and toward which he incessantly gravitates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena, for keeping the time. And next is going to be Alejandro Sanchez. Maybe you can switch places. So Alejandro is going to be, as I mentioned before, he's going to be talking about the mystifying rape culture, recovering the narrative of post-traumatic self in media and group as me. And this is a topic, the topic of rape is persistent in this, it has come up in many of the presentations in this conference. We are going to leave all the questions until the end. And I welcome our chair, Estefania Sánchez-Aullón. She's going to, Universidad Complutense, she's going to be chairing this session, and she will present the last two speakers as well. So,
okay. Well, thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you to the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present my work, which is not part of my thesis project, but I started this article a couple of years ago, and I thought it would be the perfect space to share it. So let's just get into it. So rape in Greek mythology is a common motive that has been explored to a great extent. In fact, the Portuguese struggle to escape from unnecessary sexual intercourse and the man's excess of power is widely depicted in Greek myths, from Demeter, Poseidon, to Apollo and Daphne, Athena, and Hephaestus, among others. Myths' depictions of women as vulnerable objects of sexual desire have led to, on the one hand, a cultural idea of a justified and somehow accepted excess of power men can exercise over women, and on the other hand, a relation between today's idea of trauma, its specific narrative, and the mythical idea of empowerment and overcoming. This presentation examines the subsequent universal nature of violence against women and the contemporary culture that normalizes this violence as portrayed by Miriam Burba in her memoir, Me, although it does not directly refer to or relate to any specific myth. So in Min, the writer proves into the multifaceted forms of violence, say direct, symbolic, systemic, and how they are reproduced in the everyday lives of women. And the writer explores gender as the historical trigger to power imbalances in the everyday lives of women. She denounces rape as the ultimate representation of excess of power, and she presents this exploration through a disruption of the narrative, a disruption that is achieved through instances of violence and the probing into of her post-traumatic mind. As a result, she exemplifies the consequences of being sexually assaulted, institutionally silenced, and the experience of survival guilt. Eventually, Min serves as a way of presenting not only Gurba's own testimony, but a broader recollection of female traumatic experiences, ghosts, and female artists. So, James Holney describes autobiography as a recollective prose narrative act in which the writer, from the present, looks back over the events of their life and reconstructs them in such a way so as to show how the past history led to the present state of being. Furthermore, autobiographies hold the potential to enrich our historical, cultural, and social understanding of the world we live in as much as they codify the zeitgeist of an era. In Min, Miriam Gurba explores the intersectional idiosyncrasies of her persona and the social structures she was raised in order to inscribe her own voice. As I previously said, she goes on to denounce social injustice as she uses her voice, her anger, and eventually her art to dismantle social oppressive institutions that normalize gender-based violence against women as well as its perpetrators. The writer disrupts the narrative of the memoir with violence and images of cruelty, as she narrates her account of survival after being sexually assaulted. However, her traumatic experience and the post-traumatic account of her memories are represented in a way that her own story is intertwined with that of Sofia Torres, another woman who was also assaulted and brutally murdered by the same man who assaulted the writer. Through the disruption of the linear narrative, Min excavates two women's histories, or her stories, and a history of gendered violence against women, and as she unveils how different forms of violence against women are manifested and perpetuated in today's society. In this sense, direct forms of violence are usually easily identified since they are performed through physical interpersonal acts. However, as Cecilia Menjivar points out, taking individually other forms of violence may be difficult to identify or to differentiate on a daily basis because they are defined in terms of general concepts. Yet, taking them as a whole allows us to unveil a broader interconnected context of violence that shapes the lives of women. Gurba does an excellent job at presenting direct violence as more brutally conspicuous. Nonetheless, she deliberately exposes women's power inequalities through the manifestation of other gendered forms of violence in the daily life of women. So, I don't know if you can see this. The opening of the autobiography presents the first instance of direct violence, and it is precisely this opening that first shocks the reader. Gurba opens the memoir presenting an extreme moment of brutality that leads to Sofia's assassination, without providing a previous context. This is the first page of the memoir. Here, the writer encourages the reader to take part in the vivid reconstruction of the events to, and I quote, become that night, become that part, no quote. And thus, she starts to guide the reader through a journey where violence is explicitly narrated, with no warning with no trigger warning. Min constitutes a refusal to let the reader be silent or passive throughout the narration. Rather, the reader becomes an active agent and a witness. The writer manages to accomplish this by exposing the reader to violence and its public and cruel outcome as she narrates how an unknown man, and I'm quoting, creeps up behind Sofia. This is at the end of the... hits her in the head, raises his weapon, takes another swing, and whacks her again. Slides a knife out of his pocket, straddles her waist, presses his blade to her, and eventually feeds himself into her. End of quote. By unfolding such a brutal act of sexual violence, Gurba forces the reader to recreate the scenario and witness the reality and nature of violence many women are forced to experience. Since, as scholar Victoria Adams points out, and I quote, "It is difficult to find a woman anywhere in the world who does not know violence," end of quote. Gurba takes this statement even farther in the memoir, as she quotes, because she claims that probably, as we're speaking, somewhere on this planet, a man is touching a woman to death, end of quote. After narrating this extreme moment of violence, Gurba starts the account of her life and her own memories and follows a chronological order since she was born. She narrates how she grew up and the different experiences she lived. However, violence continues to disrupt her life and memories. And before reaching the point where she narrates how she was sexually assaulted, she recounts how she was also subject to sexual violence when she was studying 7th grade during her childhood. She describes how she, while studying 7th grade, was molested by a classmate. She reports how, and I quote, "under the table, a sensation intruded," end of quote. Then she, and I quote, "noticed movement," end of quote. And though she was frozen and she didn't know what to do, she obeyed the boy uttered and did nothing to stop it. As the writer continues her narration, it is perceptible that the pervasiveness of acts of violence continues until it culminates with Gurba's report of sexual assault and rape, an event that triggers her PTSD, and that makes her realize, and I quote, just how evil the ordinary guy is, and concludes that, and I quote, "getting raped is possible and that rapists lurk everywhere, even in impossible places," end of quote. So even though the instances of gender-based acts of interpersonal violence examined serve as a way of depicting the cruelty and the brutality of direct violence, they fail to define the complex nature of the complex process of violence. But there's more than physical violence. To begin with, systemic forms of violence can be understood as those institutional practices that promote harm among groups of people. This manifestation of violence is essentially expressed by how institutions react and respond to direct acts of violence. While being molested in 7th grade, a teacher that was, and I quote, "watching the performance between her legs," end of quote, decided not to act, either to stop it or to prevent it from happening again. Judith Herman points out that after a traumatic event, the survivor needs the help of other people to acknowledge the fact that the event happened, but she didn't find the help. Then, once again, after being raped years later, she encountered the same lack of action when the nurse who attended her recommended her to stay silent and, I quote, "get over it because those kind of things happened," end of quote. Thus, after seeking help and being rejected, Gurba finds herself trapped in a reality where a patriarchal system, also implemented by women, refuses to let the survivor speak up, perpetuating the normalization and subsequent institutional acceptance of the excess of this power. Because, as Bourdieu and Wacant highlight, in a quote, "the male order is so deeply grounded as to no need justification," end of quote. Then, moreover, in the trial, Gurba received a call from a man who was the district attorney, who needed to corroborate her testimony and asked her several questions. And he concluded that, and I quote, "that's exactly what you told the detective." Exactly, end of quote. This behavior unveils how unsafe the law can be for women, because in the words of Judith Butler, women need to be reliable narrators, and their reliability, acceptability, and correct intelligibility when narrating is much more important and valued than the testimony itself. In fact, even Sophia, the woman that was murdered, whose persona and story were silenced by a man, was also subject to this lack of reliability. The jury that deliberated in her trial, and this is trigger warning because the jury that deliberated at her murder trial asserted that more evidence on the case was needed because Sophia, according to them, was not raped, but had sexual intercourse with the murderer before her death. They claimed that she would also have been, according to early testimony, profoundly depressed, isolated, and dysfunctional. And hence, she would have found relief from her emotional pain not with drugs or alcohol, but finding a warmth in the arms of a stranger. End of quote. This deliberation reduces the assault and murder to a mere accident or coincidence even, and puts the blame on the victim and her circumstances, and not on the man exercising his brutality. Through these accounts, Gurba unveils gender as the trigger to deep power disparities between men and women. Not only is she presenting violence as a detrimental element that interrupts narratives, but she's also asserting that the whole process of violence and its inherent forms constitute the destruction of life. This practice becomes so socially normalized that it leads to the dehumanization of the figure of the woman. In fact, as Susan J. Bryson indicates, the disintegration of the self experienced by victims of violence challenges our notion of personal identity. In this respect, the writer asserts that everything became new and that rape breaks everything into bits and pieces, concluding that being attacked made her break up with her body. Thus, Gurba claims that suffering and pain become a part of the life of women who experience violence, exposing them to the process of, as Sarah Hamed would say, alienation, that constitutes the depersonalization of the self. At the same time, the writer is also presenting a cataclysmic truth. Rape and violence against women do not occur in isolated situations. In fact, such acts are instances of a historically rooted male empowerment and exercise of male power over women. She further asserts her idea that God is like rape because it is everywhere, and she defines rape as the Mona Lisa of sexual crimes or the Coca-Cola of sex crimes because it is exquisite, timeless, archetypal, and classic. End of quote. Moreover, she denounces the universality of rape in as much as she connects those tales to American rape culture, which are, paraphrasing Sabine Silk, essentially overdetermined by a history of racial conflict and a distinct discourse on race. End of quote. Hence, the writer concludes starting that rape gave birth to Western civilization and maybe your mom. End of quote. End of quote. Referring directly to the readers and awakening them to a historical truth of racialized women and female sexuality as synonym to victimization. End of quote. And I will briefly go through this. John Lawrence's definition of violence encompasses the entire range of actions that result in serious injury, including, among others, psychological impairment, direct violence, etc. In this sense, as I stated before, the assault Gurba suffered had an enormous impact on her life as it triggered her post-traumatic stress syndrome, leading to a chaos of memories and a post-traumatic omnipresence, as he calls. It crystallizes in her being constantly haunted by the memory of the assaulted. However, which is even more interesting in the book, is that she is constantly haunted by the ghost of Sophia, the woman that was assaulted. And the first encounter we have with the ghost is at the very beginning, where the writer says that Sophia is always with me, she haunts me, end of quote. Then Gurba states that guilt is a ghost and further claims that some ghosts use us. This, well, she feels guilty for being alive. This is interesting to point out since at first glance, Gurba denotes a sense of rejection and claims to be used by her ghost. But then she uses this guilt as a way of giving sense, as Judith Herman claims, to try to understand and to make sense of what happened. Since she juxtaposes her story with that of Sophia, she tries to rehumanize the body of Sophia, which is really interesting, and she creates a found poem out of trial papers and the court papers, and she tries to rehumanize the figure of the woman that was assaulted and murdered. Gurba eventually overcomes her initial rejection to the ghost and addresses Sophia directly, saying that, we can see that in the last sentence, it is okay for ghosts to live through me. It has to be. I don't know what happened. Whatever. This further emphasizes that the protagonist of her narrative is not only herself, but also Sophia and other women, giving other meaning to me. That mean is not only me. It's a story of sorority, of women that were assaulted, women who died, who were dismissed and silenced. And just to conclude, this presentation has attempted to demonstrate how Miriam Gurba intertwines her personal story with that of Sofia Torres to connect both women's exposure to violence within a culture that perpetuates and normalizes different forms of violence against women. Burba deliberately disrupts the chronological linearity of her memoir with instances of violence with a double purpose in mind: to expose the reader to the patriarchal reality women are forced to live, and to show the fragmented nature of the post-traumatic mind and memory and the subsequent disrupted narrative of a memoir and a memory. Furthermore, she presents rape as the ultimate figure of power. Min constitutes a political statement and an invitation to reconsider the interconnected oppressions women face today, and consequently reappraise violence as a societal issue. Thus, the writer evaluates the universal suffering women experience and aligns herself with female figures and ghosts in order to give voice to the silence, present a her story of sorority, self-consciousness, and conciliation. Thank you very much. These are my works cited, and if any of you wants them, just email me and I can send PowerPoint or anything. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro, for your contribution and also for adjusting to time. Our next speaker is Felix Pula. You can take the seat if you want. Felix Pula is a doctoral student of American literature at Palatin University in the Czech Republic, and today he's talking about trauma and dictatorship in Philip K. Dick's Dr. Clockmine. Besides, his PhD revolves around this author, and he relates his works to the California regional literary tradition. So, whenever you want, we listen to you. As has been said, all the questions you have or the comments will be discussed at the end.
I have it. En español. Cerrar. Which one is today? En español? Okay, I'll just leave it there.
Screen?
Yeah, full screen.
Here. Not the next one. No.
Excellent. All right, so buenos dias, everybody, and welcome. So perhaps, oh, did I leave my bag over there? So my talk is about a particular Philip K. Dick novel right here called Dr. Blood Money. Anybody wants us to peruse it, they may. So, due to this author's legendary status in the science fiction world, and he is, of course, for those who know, a titan in science fiction, much of the secondary literature and scholarship focuses on the elements of science fiction, which is, of course, perfectly logical because he was first and foremost a science fiction writer, in many cases, with great reluctance. But my studies, however, which I'm pleased to be sharing with you, delve into a lesser studied source of influence on the writer, and that is the influence of the state of California, which has been the author's home almost all his life, in both Northern California and Southern California, but largely in Northern California. And then also I focus on the role he then has in the regional literature of the state, which is a very multifaceted literary tradition for many reasons that require another presentation to go in, but suffice to say, there are core continuities and as elements you can see in the regional tradition, whose most famous exponent would be John Steinbeck. So before I get into the author and the novel itself, greetings by the way, I'll review the nature of California in relation to myth. And apart from perhaps New York City and the Western frontier, which of course includes California, there is arguably no place more mythical in the United States psyche and in the global psyche for that matter than California. California as a myth predates the United States, however, and even its name comes from a novel which was written by somebody from this beautiful country. Las Serjas de Esplandian, or The Adventures of Esplandian by Darcy Rodriguez de Montalvo, which was a popular work of chivalry in old days, and incidentally was the first book to be burned in Don Quixote when they wanted to get rid of his library, which is a topic of another presentation, but suffice to say it was influential in that sense because in this novel, California was a utopian island populated by black Amazons and ruled by Queen Calafia, a name probably derived from the word for the spiritual leader of the Sunni Muslims, the Caliph in English. While California, as we now know, is neither an island nor a utopian land ruled by black Amazons, there has not been a period of time since Hernan Cortez's discovery of California when Alta California, which is now the future state of California in the US, has not been mythologized both in literature and in society. So here I have a little bit of a list here of some time periods where there has been that have been mythologized by various writers who have been accepted as California writers. So after, of course, Cortez, there was the mission system, which greatly influenced the architecture of the states, but also has its role in literature. There was the Spanish period and Mexican periods, which influenced the first California novel, The Adventures of Joaquin Murrieta, which in turn created Zorro. And of course, Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson, forgotten 19th century classic, which is called The Uncle Tom's Cabin of California. Then there was the Gold Rush, which created, of course, brought about Bret Harte and Mark Twain. And of course, Mark Twain connects the regional literature of California with the beginning of the whole, you could say, golden age of American literature, starting with Mark Twain throughout the early 20th century. Then it goes on to the 20th century to some of the famous exponents like John Muir, Robinson Jeffers, John Steinbeck, Jack London, and of course Raymond Chandler in Hollywood, who helped mythologize Los Angeles alongside Hollywood. Anyway, when it comes to science fiction, though, it's a little different because while it does channel this sense of the mythos of California, it is less concerned, of course, with the past, but with the future. And the authors also include Ray Bradbury, who's also very famous here, and Kim Stanley Robinson, who wrote the famous California trilogy before she wrote her Mars trilogy, or he, I always forget. California science fiction does not, however, have as much to add to the possible future of the state in terms of nuance. So as Lynn Mae Itagaki, a gender studies scholar, has noted in her article about California science fiction, the lion's share of California science fiction is made manifest in one of two extremities. One is the utopia, and very pristine utopias, and the other is a very apocalyptic scenario. You can imagine some of your favorite apocalyptic Hollywood movies. To get an example there, but in science fiction you see this. And interesting that this is in keeping not just with California regional literature and its relationships with California myth, but with the history itself, because there are many instances of California history featuring these extremes. Of the gold rush, for instance, you had the propulsion of the American dream driven by gold and the possibility of wealth, as well as the rather disastrous situation that happened there due to just the collapse of morality, a lot of violence, and environmental degradation especially, which still haunts the state to this day. And yeah, so in that sense, it kind of keeps, with this apocalyptic versus utopian scenario. Now, to get to what I'm talking about, it is with this in mind that we approach Dr. Blood Money. So, Dr. Blood Money, or How We Got Along After the Bomb, which is its full title and is a lot more charming than that original cover implies, was published in 1965 by Ace Books, shortly as Philip K. Dick's brief popularity after winning the Hugo Prize waned, although it was still nominated for the Nebula Award. And if it's not as well known as Androids or Ubik or Scanner Darkly, it is still regarded as one of his best novels, and his biographer, Lawrence Sutin, calls it one of Phil's warmest and most acceptable novels. Unusual thing to talk about a novel with an apocalyptic scenario. And if the name doesn't imply warmth, it's because the publisher wanted to capitalize upon the success at the time of the movie Dr. Strangelove. Dr. Strangelove, Dr. Blood Money. So, interestingly, one of its alternate titles is A Terran Odyssey, which was unfortunately not used, which is a pity, because not only does it suggest an anti-science fiction novel, which the novel is in some respects, but it suggests Homer's Odyssey, arguably the most sublime piece of literature on earth, and paired with the Iliad, the greatest myth in literature, some would say. While less sublime than Homer, many would also say, Dr. Blood Money does feature nuanced forms of myth within its literary DNA. So, firstly, Dr. Blood Money is an exceptional novel in the California sci-fi tradition in that instead of choosing one of the aforementioned extremes, utopia or apocalypse, it successfully unifies them into a single premise. It begins apocalyptically, eventually transitioning into a more utopian premise, or direction, excuse me. Studying Philip K. Dick as a California author thus highlights the importance of Dr. Blood Money in a manner that is harder to ascertain when viewed through a science fiction lens. Secondly, Dr. Blood Money is a complex yet orderly and, dare I say it, beautiful synthesis of the 4 different kinds of myth as described by Lawrence Koop in his book Myth, A Critical Idiom: the creation myth, the fertility myth, the deliverance myth, and the hero myth. Dr. Blood Money is most of all a creation myth and fertility myth simultaneously. So the nuclear strike is the start of a new era, creation, while the rediscovery of industrialization later in the novel, apologies for the spoiler, as its own climax, it constitutes a fertility myth in and of itself, in that it relates to, production of things we need in life. The plot climax itself is spearheaded in the manner of both a deliverance and hero myth towards the end. So not only does a certain other character become the unusual hero who overthrows the tyrant, the inhabitants of post-nuclear strike Marin County are delivered from the tyrant as well, and from his tyranny. So Koop makes it clear in this book that not every myth has a god or deity or what have you to be a myth. Nonetheless, mortals can take on that same function, and they do this in Dr. Blood Money. And this is where I finally come to the themes of my abstract, the characters of Walter Dangerfield and Hoppy Harrington. So Walter Dangerfield was supposed to be the first colonist on Mars, but he is stranded orbiting the Earth as the nuclear strike happens before the final rocket can send him to Mars. In his spaceship, he relays information through to the survivors via surviving radios. Most of this nature is of a practical sort, but is extra valuable because it was from the time before the strike. Though clearly not a deity, he functions as such. And then, of course, it helps that he is up in the sky, so to say. How much time do I have?
Still 5-7 minutes.
All right, I will speak a little faster. Hoppy Harrington, in contrast, is a disabled phocomelus who, before the nuclear strike, faced lots of discrimination due to his disability. That time of his life has left him, suffice to say, very embittered and hateful against his fellow man. Things change when the nuclear radiation, which in sci-fi 60s format has given many people mutations, also gives Hoppy psychokinetic powers that make him very powerful. He uses these, after developing a reputation of helping his community of survivors, to rule over his community, and as a result becomes a tin pot dictator. This leads to the plot's climax, which I will not reveal that in case you read the book. However, the role of trauma here is curious to note, especially considering its primary role not in minor characters, but those who take on the role of these deified figures. Both characters suffer from their own kind of trauma. Walter Dangerfield was originally intended to go to Mars with a wife, but the wife committed suicide after the nuclear strike, which in a spaceship all cramped up, probably extra traumatic. Though to be sure, Dangerfield is a somewhat removed character despite his importance. The trauma he goes through is not made manifest in the novel all that strongly. which gives the reader the possibility of concluding that Dangerfield has either made peace with it somehow or has found a therapeutic outlet in his DJing, which is basically the role he has up there in the spaceship, and with the invaluable assistance provided to the survivors. So this, role of assisting human beings in surviving gives him a new lease in life. Poppy's trauma. How do I do that still? Okay, nice. Okay, there we go. Poppy's trauma is a lot less ambiguous, to say the least. While the novel only shows one scene featuring Hoppy in the pre-nuclear strike world, a scene which from the authorial point of view generates little more sympathy than antipathy for the Thocomelus, we must assume that his experiences have been terrible enough to where they form this burning grudge against mankind, as evidenced by its believability, and it is believable. Phil Dick's reliance on our readers' faith, rather than using preliminary scenes to prove a point, is a kindness to us readers, to be sure, but it also helps cloud the pre-nuclear strike world in a veil of mystery, a feeling only amplified when the post-strike part of the story begins, and which also allows our imaginations to really imagine the depth of Hoppy's trauma and how it influences his megalomaniacal quest. At any rate, Hoppy is embittered and angry, and his main target, Dangerfield. It is here where we as the readers understand that Hoppy's anger ceases to be a self-righteous stance from his dignity, or his dignity after the hardship he endured, which most readers, especially today, would relate to, or at least sympathize with. But instead, these feelings transmogrify, or had already at some previous point undergone a kind of transmogrification into an aspiration for personal power. We know this because Dangerfield hasn't done anything to Hoppy personally, and there are other characters who, for practical or sentimental reasons, might arouse Hoppy's ire instead. But by doing away with Dangerfield and taking his role, in the novel, Hoppy can also imitate voices perfectly, so that's helpful in being sneaky and conniving. Hoppy satiates his own lust for power while toppling the other from the throne the survivors have emotionally placed in him. Suffice to say, Hoppy's trauma takes him down a dark path that Phil Dick, in a 1980 afterword to the novel, refers to as an evil lurking within him. Like many myths, the literary works that build upon the universal mythos, Philip Dick is not afraid to make a distinction between good and evil in this novel. To be sure, it would be a mistake to simplify the good versus evil dichotomy in what we might call a traditional manner, something like Tolkien or God versus Satan. Sometimes Phil Dick adds twists to this, like the androids and electric sheep and their ambiguity, or the relative lack of evil seen in the Imperial Japanese and the Man in the High Castle. And sometimes it is unambiguous, like in Martian Timeslip and in the Taoist trilogy. However heterodox Phil Dick's understanding of the dualism was, though, it is present in many of his works. So with this in mind, and I'm concluding, together, Walter Dangerfield and Hoppy Harrington form a dualistic dichotomy of deities that control the fate of the story and the characters within it. One represents hope, another despair. One represents the continuum of the past and promise of the future, while the other exists only in the present for his own desires. Regarding California literature, the California myth, and California science fiction, the dichotomy makes Dr. Bloodmoney a rare example of California literature that utilizes something like this in regard to both the divine and to the kind of clash. This dearth in the literary tradition is perhaps ironic for a land with such a profound sense of mythos as California, but it is just one of many reasons why studying the mythos of California is as intellectually rewarding as it is fascinating. The end.
Thank you, Felix, for your presentation. And then the last speaker of panel 6 is Dr. Juan José Calvo García. You can prepare it. Okay, sorry. So, Dr. Juan José Calvo García de Leonardo is honorary professor at the University of Valencia. Today, he's talking about Shakespeare's European episodes, serial killing, homophones, or childhood trauma. Besides, most of his research revolves around the history of the English language and translation. in its different aspects, both technical and literary. And he also is part of our research group who devotes to the translation and edition of early modern English plays. So whenever you are ready, you can start, and then after he finishes, we will start the discussion.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you indeed. It's according to British standards, I'm not too sure whether it is good morning or good afternoon, since it is high noon, as the American film. So take it as you will, either good morning or good afternoon. My paper deals with a myth that developed across both Indo-European and Semitic cultures, which is that of the serial wife killer. Can you hear me at the back? Okay, fine. For our purposes in the Western world, it originated in the introductory setting and narratorial excuse for the medieval Thousand Nights and One Night, and first blossomed as a European product in Charles Perrault's late 17th century tale, La Barque Bleue, which, for reasons of time, is where I will concentrate. We have tailored our paper to the name of the Congress, and we are going to present an unethical, that is an immoral man, a pathic in the second sense, not in the first sense of the word, suffering woman. As you probably know, a pathic is a homosexual. Now, in the second sense of the word, a suffering woman, and a double trauma concerning supposed, between parentheses, murders in both childhood and in nubile age. Now, I take it for granted that you're acquainted with the tale because I wanted to give out a synopsis, but unfortunately the photocopier service does not work on short notice. It has been impossible to do anything of the sort. So I take it for granted you're acquainted with La Barque Bleue. Within the Indo-European myth, of course, we can associate it with a series of famous cases. For example, Andromeda offered to the monster, or else Persephone herself, who is raped in the Latin sense of the term, taken down to the underworld by Hades. We could, of course, associate it with a couple of them. From the point of view of the literary antecedents, we could mention one of the histories by Herodotus. For the sake of completion, it is not really a good example. Herodotus tells us a story about a pharaoh who puts his own wife and a series of other men's wives who are all guilty of adultery in one town and burns the town down. But it's not a good example because only one of the wives is his wife. Okay, so certainly King Shahryar is our germ, our first example. In the beginning of the story, he is a benevolent ruler. He is loved by everybody. And then suddenly he turns into a despot, into a tyrant. And we know that if you have read or you're acquainted with Thousand Nights and One Night, he is responsible for the deflowering and beheading of 1,095 women in 3 years, plus his concubines, plus his own wife, and other slaves. Now, certainly, if we compare this to Henri Landry, who only murdered 10 wives in 3 years, this is a feat. This is worthwhile. Okay. Now, the origin of the Thousand Nights and One Night is not Arabic; it is Persian, but that doesn't really matter because the first translation of the tales was taken from an Arabic source. Okay, this is one theory. The other theory, according to Uther, who is one of the great folklorists of our time, is either a series of ballads that circulate in the 16th century, or else the story from the Bretagne of an earl or count who killed his wives the moment in which they became pregnant, not before. And her last wife discovers the bodies in a room. So in this sense, we could, of course, draw this relationship. But nonetheless, these are theories or hypotheses, okay? Now, from the very beginning, Galland translated The Thousand Nights and One Night in the 16th century, in the 18th century, the beginning of the 18th century, and the translations into English and otherwise take place from the 18th century onwards. And for most of them, they are associated can you hear it? Something like that, okay? Or else something like that, perfectly Turk. Now, this is in part a problem of the translation proper. That is, in the 1729 English translation, kutela, which is the word used by Galland, kutela is a poniard, it's a dagger. It's translated as scimitar. And certainly a scimitar is something totally different. It is first a typical Arabic weapon, and secondly, a saber, as it will be translated later on, is not used to cut the throat, but to cut the head. And the second element that we associate with the Muslim world is certainly this throat cutting. Galland says strangling, but it's this throat cutting. Throat cutting is particular to Semitic culture, both in the Arab world, even today as a means of execution, and also the Jewish culture. The third element, although more spurious, is the idea that any Muslim, practically by law, it is in the Quran, might have anything between 3 or 5 or 365 wives, like Harun al-Rashid. So this idea that somebody has several wives would be typically seen as Moorish or else Arabic. Okay, from the point of view of history, we might point out 3 historical relations. First of all, the Maréchal de France, Gilles de Retz. Now, Gilles de Retz, who was a companion to Joan of Arc in the 100 Years' War in France, dyed his beard blue. And he was called, of course, Bluebeard. But Gilles de Retz didn't have, well, yeah, he had one wife, but he didn't kill her. What he killed was young boys and young girls. Why? Because he was extremely poor, basically because he had given out his possessions, and he thought that with the blood of these innocent people, he could get gold. So he killed them with a very particular purpose. Okay, he was probably also pederast. He was burned for heresy, but that's a different story. So Gilles de Retz. The second possibility will be the countess, the Hungarian countess Erzsébet Báthory, who did more or less the same thing with young maidens. She killed and bled an enormous amount of young girls because she was whipping a girl, and the blood fell upon her skin, and she thought that the skin was younger. Let me put it that way, okay? So the idea was, if I bathe in blood of virgin girls, I will be younger. And she did. The third possibility is the so-called Tour de Nesle affair, which was a novel, I think it's a novel by Dumas, in which the daughter-in-law of King Philippe le Bel of France in the 13th century, and a group of relatives of her used to have relationship with men, and after coitus, they would have these men strangled and thrown into the river Seine. The men were tortured and executed. The women had their hair shorn and were put into prison, except the daughter-in-law. Okay, this might be possible links. As I don't have time, I won't talk about other stories, both German stories, Italian stories, La Schiavotella, for example, which is a lovely story, and others, because there's no time. So I will concentrate for the second half upon the central part of my talk here, which is basically a game that I propose, a pastime. My, okay, it's 12 o'clock, it's probably hot. Okay. So my idea is, in the Bluebeard myth, who done it, like the Americans say, okay? Who's responsible? Who's responsible for the whole thing? We've got basically two possibilities. I will add a third, okay? Because 3 is a magical number. So the first possibility is it is the husband's fault. Okay? Yeah, okay. Bluebeard is immoral in form and in conduct. In form, because A, he's ugly. He's not a typical beautiful suitor. No, he's ugly. Okay, right. Most suitors and most husbands in folk tales, from the point of view of the girl, who is normally 14 years old, if anything, and they are something between 40 and 50, will be seen as ugly anyhow, and old men, because they are both. But on top of that, he dyes his beard, blue. Now, this is absolutely outré. I mean, when Bluebeard did this in the 15th century, it was outré, because in 15th century France, people didn't wear beards to start with. Neither did they wear beards in the late 17th century court of Versailles. Nobody wore beards. They wore long wigs, but not beards. So if you wear a beard, and on top of that you dye it, I should think about it, okay? Now, why? Well, one possibility is it's natural. Grimm, the brothers Grimm say that in Hamburg, if a man has a very dark black beard, they say it is a Blaubart, it is a blue beard. Yeah, possibly. Another possibility is like Gilda, he dyes it. Okay, maybe. The third possibility, let's suppose it is pathological. Complicated. If his skin were yellowish, in the 1,000 Nights and One Night, the brother of the Sultan has yellowish skin because he is absolutely furious. And this is logical, this is jaundice. But a blue beard, which as we call it, cyanopogon in Greek, this is not a result of any illness. One might argue leprosy and bathing in the blood of people, because this was something they did in the Middle Ages to cure leprosy. But leprosy is not a blue beard, so there is no logical explanation for this. So it is not a pathological symptom. He is also, of course, immoral in conduct, because, as Perrault says, this behavior is du temps passé, of past ages. We don't do this in Versailles. At least not with women who are not adulterers. Not even in Republican Rome did the law allow for that to happen. The man, the paterfamilias, could kill his children because they were his. He could kill his slaves because they were his property, but he could not kill his wife unless she had committed adultery. So not even in Roman law, let alone, of course, in a Christian tradition. So this is the first theory. It is the Bluebeard's fault. Okay, let's go to the second theory. It is the wife's fault. This is what Perrault says. It is her fault. I mean, she had been forbidden to enter the room. She did. She must pay the price. Once she enters the room, she can Of course, her behavior is linked to Pandora on the one hand, and of course to Eve, if you want, because Eve, of course, transgresses an express prohibition. You shall not eat from the fruit of the she does. Okay, fine. In one of the collateral tales in Tieck's play called Ritter Blaubart, this relationship is very clearly stated. This is a 1796 play. Now, once the girl, the wife, has entered the room and she sees all these hanging corpses from the wall, in shock, she lets the key fall down and the key is tainted with blood, and the blood won't go off. If you remember Macbeth, in Macbeth, Lady Macbeth says, there's no way to sweeten. She says, here's the smell of blood still, and all the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. There's no way to take it. Okay, possibly. A possibility also is that it's not my idea, it's somebody else's, but she has committed adultery while Bluebeard is away. While he's away, she calls her friends. They all come to the chateau, to the manor house, and they have a big party. And Bettelheim says it is possible she has committed adultery, and therefore, when she puts the key into the door lock, this is beautiful Freudian genital symbol. The key and the door lock, what best, as a symbol of coitus. And that cannot be taken away. She is guilty of adultery, and therefore she presents herself before the husband, before Bluebeard, déchevelée, he says, with the hair loose, like Mary Magdalene, con la melena suelta, the penitente. Okay. Okay. Now it's funny that we never know what is inside or what was originally inside the room. We never know. Because the other wives, of course, probably did the same thing. This is, I know. And this is probably what the other wives did. What was inside? Well, we might speculate it was some sort of spiritual cella, to use the Latin term, of the innermost part of a temple, which can only be entered by the high priest, some sort of perhaps black magical ritual, but we don't know. This is pure speculation, of course. Okay. So we come to the third and most absurd of the hypotheses. Neither is guilty. This is all an idea by the wife. You might say, okay, this is pour épater les bourgeois, which is what everybody wanted to do when I was a teenager in the 1960s. So, okay, pour épater les bourgeois, pourquoi pas. Okay, the argument is, if we remember Freud, when he coins the term primal scene, Urszene, in 1897, he writes about an 18-year-old girl who, when she was 16, witnessed coition, coitus, between her father and a servant woman. Eventually, it will be found that it was not a servant woman, but let it be. And she becomes neurotic and cannot survive that fantasy, because it's not sort of fantasy, that trauma, because she wanted to see it, but she did not expect to see what she saw. So he does recall Freud, another patient who had swoonings, sex-related swoonings because of this. So it could be that when the wife of Bluebeard was a child, she might have witnessed her parents' intercourse. Now, this is highly improbable in an aristocratic 17th century house, where certainly the bedchamber of the parents will not be in the same place as the children's bedchamber, but certainly possible in any other entourage, in any other environment, and certainly possible during the entire Middle Ages, where everybody slept in the same room. Okay, this would be this primal scene. Second interpretation, I have 3 minutes. Second interpretation would be, this is more complicated, okay. if any of you have seen Eyes Wide Shut, this is a lovely, because it's lovely, version of Arthur Schnitzler's Traumnovelle, which is also lovely. And in this Traumnovelle, we have a male protagonist and a female protagonist. And there, we could argue a parallel between the female protagonist and the wife of Bluebeard. Now, theoretically, okay, she hates her husband because he's ugly and because he has had sex with many other women. And when she married this man, she was, of course, a virgin, and he was not. So to mend her sexual frustrations, Bluebeard's wives cannot have simply disappeared. Anatole France, in 1921, wrote a piece of fiction where he says they simply went away. Now, they must have been killed by Bluebeard. This is in her mind, okay? So she suffers a fit of passive hybristophilia, which is a beautiful Greek word for passion, sexual passion for criminals, which is very common. Right? Condemned criminals to death receive enormous amounts of love letters. And she suffers this passionate sexual trend, but she cannot consciously admit that. She cannot admit that she's in love with a murderer. So she must be killed because of this. But since he's a murderer, he must be killed as well. So they both are put to the sword. She should be put to the sword by the husband, and the husband will be put to the sword by the brothers, who will duly come and do the job. And this is 20 minutes.
Thank you, Juan Jose, and thank you all of you for your presentations and your interesting comments. Now we've got 10 minutes for the discussion. Any comments, questions, reflections? No.
Ahora. Okay.
¿Se oye, Jesús? ¿Qué hace el Víctor quiere? Hola. Bien. ¿Todo el mundo? Sí. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going? Yeah, fine, perfect, good. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last session, the last plenary session of this conference. We thank you for your commitment, for your participation, for your enthusiasm, and it's an honor for me to present Rachel O'Connor to you all. Rachel O'Connor is a classical scholar who is now a professor of modern English literature at the University of Lausanne. She's from Oxford, but she lived in Toronto, she lived in New York, as well as in South Yorkshire. She worked at the Charles University of Prague and became a lecturer at the University of Sheffield. In 2010, she took the position which she's now occupying at Lausanne University. Her research interest focus, as some of you are well familiar with, on catalysis, from the classical Greco-Latin, classical and Eastern narratives until post-modernity, with examples like Rondelillo or Primo Levi, if this is a man, and many other stories which are contemporary, which are relevant to us today. She is also interested in contemporary sonnets, in Kazuo Ishiguro's construction of memory, in Seamus Heaney, as well as in Irish and UK poetry. It is important to highlight her work on Bakhtin's theory, on the biological imagination that some of you may be familiar with, and also on nature writing and the examination from a literary perspective of the relationship between mankind and nature at this particular moment, in which sustainability is becoming an issue. So, so much for her curriculum, for her impeccable academic credentials. Now, if she allows me, I'm going to talk briefly about Rachel as a human being, which I think is more important, more interesting, actually. We got acquainted with one another, but I got acquainted with her in 2015, writing my dissertation. I read Head in Contemporary Literature. I used the book, I used ideas from the book for my PhD, then later on for my research, I reread it again. I have to say that her work is an example of what Horace would call docere ad intellectare, to teach and to entertain people, or to make people interested and engaged in literature. In literature, not just as a discipline, but also as a human tool for human understanding, for social communication, and for creating society, for sharing ideas, and for producing views, for producing new views about the world we inhabit, and for sharing in this world we inhabit now. It's pleasurable, her writing is incredibly compelling, absorbing, and it summarizes what I think is essential in academia. There is clarity, and there is depth, and reliability, and commitment. So it is a great pleasure to have her here. She responded very quickly to the invitation to come as a plenary speaker with us. I'm still trying to go with the enthusiasm. She doesn't like to be praised, I know, but I can't really stop it. I will stop now, and it's a pleasure to introduce you to Rachel Falcone. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It doesn't seem to, so maybe you can just use it. So Victor promised not to build me up, and that's his not building somebody up. I should also mention that he got into trouble for using my book in his thesis. So don't follow his example. And thank you very much for the fascinating papers this morning. And I'm sorry you had to crowd your ideas in order to give me space. That's not just, but here we are. Thank you very much, Victor, for this invitation to come to Madrid, which is absolutely thrilling, and for us and for her extremely warm welcome. It's a real pleasure to be here. I want to talk to you today about the work of Seamus Heaney, a Northern Irish poet, whose poetry returns continually to the question that I suppose in the latter part of my career I have to ask myself to justify a life in literature, and he asks himself continually, what good are the arts in somebody's life as a person or in our society as a whole? And for this present conference, his work, I think, helps us to understand why we turn to myth in times of trauma or crisis or experience of violence. My recent work was engaging with one particular myth that Heaney returned to, which is catabasis, or the descent into the underworld and return, especially as he found it related by Virgil in Aeneid Book 6. and I want to come on to that in the second part of my talk. But given the occasion and this lovely invitation from Victor, I thought we could start with a poem that he wrote about his visit to Madrid in 1969. This was the summer that ferocious violence broke out in Belfast, in his hometown. Civil rights protesters from his Catholic community were violently attacked by Protestant loyalists. There were 8 people killed, hundreds injured, and more than 1,500 people driven from their homes. And this sectarian violence escalated for more than 30 years. It's known as the Troubles, and it still is percolating today after the disaster of Brexit, the ongoing dispute over the Northern Irish border. So we're still living in that reality. He actually chose to leave Belfast and Northern Ireland 3 years after his visit to Madrid. I mean, he always maintained this was necessary for his personal safety, his family's safety, but also to preserve and develop his voice as a poet. But the Troubles never ceased to haunt his writing, and you could say at some level it's all about that. In this poem that you have on your handout with no PowerPoint at all, sorry, very old-fashioned, Heaney's response to the violence is filtered and deflected through a visit to the Prado, which I'm going to do tomorrow for the first time, to see these paintings by Goya, which he encountered. And it shows us clearly how he uses Goya to process the reality of the horrific situation back home, and also to offer some resistance to it, to get back at it. So it begins, while the constabulary covered the mob, firing into the falls, I was suffering only the bullying son of Madrid, which I have now also experienced firsthand. So this first line is covering the event, it's telling us about it, but it's also covering as in it's hiding and obscuring it, because just reading those lines, it's not clear what is happening. The constabulary were the official police in Belfast, and they were covering, as in protecting, a mob that was firing into the falls, which is the Catholic Falls Road with the Catholic area of Belfast. So it's kind of telling us and not telling us at the same time. And then the next 2 lines sort of convey his sense of guilt, but also his relief at not being there in the violence. He's only suffering the bullying son of Madrid. And then he begins throughout that first stanza to make parallels, starting with that word bullying, between the riots back at home and the situation in Spain under Franco at the time. So he connects the stink of the fish market in Madrid to the stink of fish being poisoned in linen pools back home, and it's all very indirect. But his Spanish hosts advised him to go home to be like Lorca on his hill and to kind of sacrifice himself to touch the people. And then they watch the news on TV where they count, or they listen to the death counts. And Heaney's poem allows us to think that might be Belfast death counts or deaths under Franco. But all of them are watching these events unfold at a distance. There are none of them where the real thing still happens, that last line in stanza 1. And I think Heaney is very aware that just being in front of violence isn't enough to see it, or to see it and offer resistance to it. There has to be some other way of getting at the real than just presenting yourself or getting caught up into the specularization of violence as is happening in these news reports, with the idea that celebrities are brought in to talk about it. So he doesn't follow the advice to go home. And it's also telling that in that first stanza, he's reading a biography of Joyce, who's another great Irish writer who chose to write about home from exile. So in the second stanza, he says he retreats to the cool of the Prado, and that drop in temperature signals the distance in this poem that art provides to confront trauma without being overwhelmed by it or abjected by it, to Custeda's term. I would suggest he does face up to the violence back home, but he approaches it through the prism of Goya's paintings, first a historical one and then mythical subjects. In the first painting, he deflects himself back to 1808. So there's already a temporal retreat going on. He says the shootings of the 3rd of May covered a wall. And that same verb now is again used in two senses. It covers the whole wall, so it's huge. It assaults the viewer with the sheer size, and we feel this impossible kind of proximity between the rebel who's going to be shot and the guns so close to him. And there's a kind of shocking contrast as well between the faces that are lit for the people who are going to be killed and just the backs of the anonymous military who are going to carry out the assassination, as he describes it, the efficient rake of the fusillade. But I think there's also a sense in which Goya's painting is covering, as in protecting, this scene. So he's not just giving it to us straight. The face of the central figure is showered in light, and you could say his arms are energetically proclaiming he's still alive. And the painting preserves that moment before his certain death is going to arrive. This illustrates Heaney's idea in the quote at the very bottom of that first page, that art creates a pause in the action, a freeze frame in the moment of concentration. And in the line above that, he quotes Robert Frost about poetry: the true poem ends in a momentary stay against confusion. And maybe poetry as a genre is given to that, creating pauses where you think about each word. I think there's such poetic moments in Falling Man, actually, but we won't get into that. Anyway, here it's evidently still not enough to him to discover a parallel between the Napoleonic oppression of the Spanish rebels and the oppression of Catholics in 1969 in Belfast. He follows Goya further in and further up to a mythical plane of representation where he encounters 4 paintings. And once we're removed from historical reality, the violence portrayed actually intensifies. The mask of efficient rationality is lifted from state-sanctioned violence, and now we encounter violence on a vast elemental scale, dark cyclones hosting, breaking, chaos turning his brute hips, and then the abject figure of Saturn devouring his own child, his face as traumatized as any victim of violence. It's as if the myth can expose the human psyche at its most elemental and irrational. And I would also remark that it's under this cover of myth that he finds himself able to think about the reality of this happening in Belfast, with friends turning into enemies and neighbors killing each other. So the last painting that he comes to is the most anonymous. It doesn't have a familiar mythic subject, but it's the one that he comes closest to talking about the Belfast riots. He just says 2 berserks club each other to death for honor's sake. And berserk means madmen, but they might also be brothers, and in the painting they look very alike. And at that point, his language shifts to a northern register. He describes this as a holmgang, which is a traditional Nordic duel to the death. And greaves, also a northern word for leg armor, also echoing the idea of grieving as in mourning. And finally, they're in a bog sinking, which is a clear reference to the Irish context. The Catholic district of Belfast was known as the Bogside, and these riots became called the Battle of the Bogside. In this same volume, actually, that he published this poem, he also wrote a lot of poems about bodies exhumed from peat bogs. So he was known for a while as the bog poet. So it's clear that he's kind of coming home in that line, finally. So in Goya's mythic painting, he finds a symbol adequate to his predicament, which he argues in the second quote, I didn't get them in order. The second quote at the bottom of the page is one of the functions of poetry, to find a symbol adequate to your predicament. And he also says in the line above that art should not only help us keep touch with the suffered world, it should also offer redress. A concept he develops in a lecture entitled The Redress of Poetry. And he means not consolation, but a greater, wider comprehension of all the different perspectives, as well as some kind of mental strength to endure it and face up to it. There are connections with the idea mentioned this morning in the Philomena lecture, that la poésie comme une révolution permanente. So poetry has something to oppose to this violence. And the last two lines of his poem represent Goya in an attitude of opposing violence head-on. Picking up the mention of bullfights in the TV news in stanza 1, he describes Goya as a matador, which is sort of a Spanish stereotype, but he painted with his fists and elbows, flourished the stained cape of his heart as history charged. So for Heaney, Goya isn't just showing the violence, he's flaunting his opposition to it. He's provoking history to assail him directly. And here charge means both obviously the attack of the bull, but also the artist charging himself with that ethical responsibility to face traumatic violence and transform it into an adequate symbol. I think a thinkable or usable image which can help us face the experience. So in what way do these poems constitute opposition to violence or resistance to it? Well, you could say that they're artfully composed, that the figures are spaced on the canvas, that the colors are artfully arranged. As Heaney says, Saturn is jeweled in blood. There's the red that stands out richly. So his stained cape signifies both his vulnerability to history. He's going to be wounded, but also it's the stain of the paint on canvas. It's how he's going to conjure and reassemble violence into an ordered, comprehensible pattern. And so in this way, Heaney says, or suggests that Goya has balanced beauty and atrocity in those paintings. And in doing so, he turns the actual military violence into this abstract called history, and history is further metaphorized as a charging bull. And some critics have criticized Heaney for symbolizing history, which he frequently refers to as a brutal onslaught. But this is, I guess, one way that he can put it into a shape that he can oppose. And then he's also kind of orchestrating the sound of this poem into regular patterns. You notice the alliterations that are picked out in colored font: constable covered, firing into the falls, suffering, and in stanza 2, the harsh rake of the guns echoing in dark and break and berserk. And he also, iambic, so the da-dum, 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 that rhythm is the usual rhythm of English. And he disrupts that with double stresses or with falling patterns, trochees, like cyclones, hosting, breaking, or the double stresses of fish-bellied, flax-poisoned. And then he also uses deliberately lyrical words in situations of atrocity. So gleamed and jeweled, they're meant to jar in the ear. And so throughout, we have a sense of artistic control being imposed on the brutal operation of history. It's not escaping from the reality, not to go home, but it's also not surrendering to it. He's trying to work through to the real while being shielded by art's distancing devices, such as the representation of myth on canvas or words being corralled into these beautiful patterns. By such means, he says, art keeps touch with the suffered world while also offering the reader redress. With that image of Goya in mind, I'd venture to say that myths stimulate Heaney's imagination, especially when he encounters them in someone else's response to a particular historical situation. So he's not so much interested in myth as a static archetype that's handed down to us through time, so much as the example of myth being deployed in historical circumstances, being activated and changed. So myth is a tool for us to keep going forward, to keep reacting to circumstances as they change. And there's always this notion in Heaney's work of the ethical responsibility of art. He calls it the do-goodery of art, and of myth in this case being used as part of that healing process. He says this is an inescapable aspect of art's covenant with life, to be on the side of healing. So on page 2 in the first quote there, He says, if our given experience is a labyrinth building, then its impassibility is countered by the poet's imagining some equivalent of the labyrinth to another labyrinth, a shadow labyrinth, as Borges would say, and he brings himself and the reader through it. But the myth that he keeps returning to almost obsessively through his last 25, 30 years of his life is more the myth of descending into the underworld rather than Theseus and the Minotaur. And I guess it's been defined enough today not to go into what catabasis is, a descent and a return, crucially, in its traditional features. And he says the Virgilian journey has been a constant presence in his writing, and more particularly, motifs of Book 6 have been in my head for years. The golden bough, where Aeneas seizes the bough that gives him the guarantee of a safe return, crossing into into Hades over the Styx in Charon's barge, and his telos, the aim of his quest is to meet the shade of his father. When he in turn deploys that catabasis myth in his own work, the underworld comes to mean several different things. It's primarily the dark history into which Northern Ireland was plunged, starting in 1969. It's also the underworld of his own memory of growing up in rural Northern Ireland, so including Elysium, including paradisal aspects of his time before sectarian violence grew out. And thirdly, perhaps most importantly, it's the descent into the transformative space of art or poetry for him, where a translation from the murderous into the marvelous becomes possible. And it's not only that general arc of descent and return, but of specific motifs that he turns into symbols that help him to think about his relation to that violent history. I'm coming to the second part of my talk. Stop me from going over. So I want to just dash through a handful of poems now, focusing on one motif, crossing the Styx on Charon's barge, to show you how he turns this into an adequate symbol, to think about his preoccupation with sectarian violence. And he's also thinking about the relation between the poet and his historical moment, or more generally between his sense of an individual self and his sense of being part of a community. So the first poem, From the Frontier of Writing, is actually telling an event straight without reference to myth. He's thinking about in the sectarian period, how everyone driving around Northern Ireland was stopped at checkpoints and demanded to identify themselves. And they could be either Catholic checkpoints or Protestant ones. And if you turned out to be the wrong religion, then it could be very dangerous. Like Heaney's cousin was assassinated at one of these checkpoints. So he's describing one of countless interrogations that he went through in this first poem. Everything is pure interrogation until the rifle says you can go on. He emerges a little emptier, a little spent. In the writing, some way has been found through the impasse, through the aporia he gets through. And the next poem returns to that same scene of crossing a checkpoint, but this time in the company of myth. So this is recalling Aeneas as he descends into Charon's boat. And the passage from Virgil is given under there. The striking feature of Virgil's description is that when this living man descends into the boat, it sinks into the water, and all the light souls of the dead have to be crowded off the boat in order to allow the exempt hero to go forward. I have just highlighted in purple font where he's bringing in Virgil. We were like herded shades who had to cross and did cross in a panic to the car parked as we left it, that gave when we got in, like Charon's boat under the faring poets. I think what's really interesting there is he's first identifying with the doomed souls, the herded shades, who are going to go into Hades and not come out. And then midway through, he identifies with Aeneas, who is going to get out at the end, because the boat gives way, and that's a sign of his living humanity. And the next poem develops that sense of a split between the commonality that is not going to escape and he himself as an artist who is going to, and how that kind of disturbs his notion of what poetry should be doing, still using this Virgilian motif of stepping onto Charon's boat. Here he's actually describing a literal getting onto a ferry. He was hydrophobic, so terrified of water, and the poem is just describing that fear. When the engine kicked and our ferryman swayed for balance and reaching for the tiller, I panicked at the shiftiness and heft of the craft itself. What guaranteed us that quick response and buoyancy and swim kept me in agony. So the craft there is the boat that's being held up, buoyant in the water, but it's also another word for poetry, and the fact that this poem is buoying up that experience of fear. And then it goes on, he's in agony because it was as if I looked from another boat sailing through air far up and could see how riskily we fared into the morning, and loved in vain our bare, bowed, numbered heads. So there's a schizophrenic split of the self as one boat is floating in the air, and it's the magic boat of imagination with a poet safely in it, exempt from the human experience. But he's looking down on himself as a we, our bared, bowed, so himself as part of the commonality, who are numbered, they're mortal, they're not going to escape whatever history throws at them. And it's that sense of a division between two selves that he's using this mythic motif to express. And the last and the most kind of complex example of that infernal boat motif is in District and Circle. And here he had an original poem of 2 stanzas, which he expanded into this present version right after London Underground was bombed in July of 2005. And in expanding it, he turned the figure in the poem into a former self, so it became autobiographical, and he added this mythic layer of Aeneas. And I color-coded where he's actually using 3 of those Virgilian motifs, the Golden Bough, Charon's barge, and meeting his father in the underworld. So how it's autobiographical is that he worked in London in the 1960s, and he's recalling that extremely anti-Irish time where he met with a lot of prejudice as a young man, and he went on the District and Circle lines of the London Tube daily. And he says in an interview that this figure in the poem is at a remove from the people amongst whom he finds himself. He's haunted by an awareness of the potential danger of a journey nowadays on the London Tube train, a very oblique reference to the terrorist attacks. And he's also aware of the mythical dimensions of all such journeys underground, into the earth, into the dark. So in the first stanza, he's descending into the tube, down the escalator, along with this crowd, half straggle-rabbled, and he's not one with this human chain, because he's alienated by Londoners and their treatment of the Irish. And he's also busy challenging, questioning himself, had I betrayed myself or him, which is compressed and again oblique, but the him reading back from the end of the poem is probably his father. So have I betrayed my father, my sense of my roots by leaving the North? And also, have I betrayed myself as an artist? These are questions that continue to dog him. And he steps into the train and grabs the strap handle, which I see here as a kind of a golden bough, because it offers him steadiness and safety. But he's also stepping onto a kind of Charon's boat. He's amplified by this mythical context, and through the myth, he experiences a kind of transformation. Stepping onto it across the gap, onto the carriage metal, I reached to grab the stubby black roof wart, that's the strap handle of the train, and take my stand from planted ball of heel to heel of hand, as sweet traction and heavy down slump stayed me. There's that down slump of Aeneas in the boat. Why I think there's a transformation, or where you can see it, is in, again, this flooding of northern vocabulary. So roof wart is Anglo-Saxon for kind of root, made to describe a handle. And then there's also a flooding of kind of farming language, the sweet traction of a tractor, the planted olive heel, and later on there's a arm aloft like a flail, which is a farming instrument. So he's back there in his father's farm. And this kind of linguistic richness reaffirms his former self. It's relinking him through language to County Derry, even though he's in London. It's only then that he feels well-girded, guarded, spot-rooted, buoyed, aloof through his art, like Aeneas being ferried across the Styx. Then as the train takes off, he catches a glimpse of his father's face that's glazed because it's in the reflection of the train mirror. He's actually seeing himself looking like his father. This imagined fleeting encounter with his absent father absolves him of his inner doubts as he realizes he's carrying the past with him into this alien and estranging present. And it's only at this point that he allows himself to enter the human chain and feel one with the Londoners he's traveling with. And so by night and day to be transported through galleried earth with them. Then he's hurtled forward in the underground space with them. And in the last line of the poem, he alludes obliquely to the victims who died, the 52 people who died in the London bombings, in the blasted, weeping rock walls. So they sort of appear right at the end. And you'll notice there's no reascent from this catabasis. The last we see of him, he's still hurtling underground. But finding his father's ghost, finding his place in the world, he does find a thread to get through the labyrinth. That last word, flickerlet, leaves him suspended between light and dark, between London and Belfast, and between the present and the past that haunts him. He's still going forward. This train is hurtling forward, so he's still going forward, enduring what it's thrown at him. So now I want to come to the last part of my talk, and the last phase in Heaney's thinking about this myth, which he came to right at the end of his life. I find this quite exciting because it seems to me to approach the myth of descending to the underworld back to front. If we think of catabasis as essentially a memorial tradition, it's always going down to recover something or somebody lost. It's about returning with wisdom from the past or from the unconscious. But in this last phase of his writing, his descent is more about learning to forget. So actively and strategically leaving stuff buried underground. And this is a scene in his last Virgilian sequence of poems, Route 110 in section 6 of your handout. I'd say that this change of focus to forgetfully entering the underworld is triggered by life circumstances. In about a few months after publishing District and Circle, he had a stroke. He was briefly paralyzed on one side and went into hospital. He did make a full recovery, but he cancelled all of his public engagements, which are huge after he got a Nobel Prize. And he just took time out to write this sequence of Virgilian poems. And at the same time, he also had good news that he was expecting his first grandchild. And he dedicated this series of poems to Anna Rose, his grandchild, and presented it to her father in November 2006 when she was born. So this sequence, it's called 110 after the bus that took him from Belfast up to his home county in Balachi. And it matches incidents from his childhood and adolescence with episodes from Aeneas's journey through Hades. So it's the first time that he deals with a whole narrative arc of catabasis, from crossing the Styx to leaving the underworld. It doesn't follow a chronological sequence itself. It's sort of dreamlike associations and overlapping words that move you from one thing to the next. But each episode has a parallel in a motif or an episode from Virgil. So meeting the shopkeeper who gives him his first copy of Aeneid 6 is like Sybil. He has a breakup with a girlfriend, like the whole affair with Dido. And there's there's another version of the Charon's boat crossing. But what's interesting is it begins with a prefatory poem, which is a sort of threshold crossing into the journey itself, and where he's talking about what it's like to engage with Virgil and to translate Latin. And this prefatory poem features a passage at the end of Aeneas' journey, where his father Anchises is showing him the souls of the dead that are waiting to cross the Lethe into new life, to return into new bodies. And in an interview in number 7, he says he was struck by this beautiful riverbank situation where the souls will forget they were in the underworld and they'll be reborn. And for him, this is a beatific image of the human community regenerating. There's that kind of transition, generations passing, generations arriving. And in the original edition, it was accompanied by this painting by Martin Gale of a river scene. So it gives further prominence to that idea that the underworld is accessed by a Lethe. And why do I think that that's at all significant, that he should go over the river of oblivion? So I think it is this fundamental reorientation of the myth. When you go down via Lethe, your aim is to be healed and to leave part of the burden of the past behind. And recalling that one meaning of the underworld for him is the matter of sectarian violence, it's highly significant that he ends this prefatory poem with a straight translation from Virgil. All these presences, or souls of the dead, will be summoned here to drink the river water, so that memories of this underworld are shed, and soul is longing to dwell in flesh and blood under the dome of the sky. It's like a promissory note that this journey is going to end well and allow for a forgetful rupture or a cutting loose from the historical past. And most of the poems in the sequence deal with episodes before sectarian violence broke out, but there is one poem that approaches the subject head-on. It's number 8 on your handout. It seems immediately more distant because there's no I, there's no personal pronoun, but at the same time it is confrontationally personal because he's recalling friends that were actually blown up. And he's recalling very specific circumstances. But I want to say it's also strategically forgetful. And I think he can allow himself to actually name people in this poem because he's so firmly anchored in Virgilian myth in this sequence. So I suppose what I was thinking about in one of the papers this morning was how you address violence without being capsized by it, without being overcome or made abject by it. Anyway, this poem begins very abruptly, as if he'd been carrying on this conversation with himself all along, but it only just now surfaces. And what in the end was there left to bury of Mr. Lavery, blown up in his own pub as he bore the primed device and bears it still, mid-morning towards the sun-admitting door of Ashley House? Or of Louis O'Neill in the wrong place the Wednesday they buried 13 who'd been shot in Derry? So John Lavery was a Catholic who had a pub 20 meters from where Heaney lived in Belfast. He was killed by an IRA bomb in '71. And Louis O'Neill, also a Catholic, a friend of Heaney's, ignored an IRA or Republican curfew, and he was blown up by a loyalist Protestant bomb the year later. The 13 shot in Derry refers to the notorious Bloody Sunday, 13 people mowed down then. And the fact he's calling it Derry and not Londonderry shows his Catholic sympathies. The Protestant name for the city is Londonderry. So there are very specific details in that, but it's also forgetful in that it doesn't have an enemy, it doesn't have an absolute other or a Satan or any demon or perpetrator of the violence. And of the 2 victims he remembers, one was killed by an IRA bomb and the other by a loyalist one. So he's holding back from language that might escalate or renew the conflict. And as in Goya's paintings, what he really focuses on is the innocence. As he remarked in interview, the people he remembers in his poem weren't active, they weren't soldiers, they weren't in the British Army, they weren't in the provos, they weren't in the violence, they were victims of it. These people's bodies are unglorified, as the poem goes on to say. They were bagged behind the grief cordons. Their bodies were not officially memorialized, in war graves with full honors, fired over on anniversaries by units drilled and spruce and unreconciled. So the poem is refusing this kind of memorialization because he knows that it prolongs the sectarian violence, leaving soldiers unreconciled to loss. What it does preserve instead is that image of Mr. Lavery rushing out of the pub with the bomb in his hands as he bore the primed device, and then that repetition carries it forward into the present, and he bears it still. So this is where Heaney's poem creates a pause in the action, a freeze frame moment of concentration. And what we're concentrating on is the man still whole, not blown apart, the man still alive, and in the midst of saving his friends' lives. The poem does end with that shadowy word, unreconciled. And he doesn't claim that he has resolved the conflict. He just sets it aside, and he allows the sequence of poems to flow on and flow back in time. And the next scene is sports days, so from warring to gaming before the war broke out. And he disappears completely into Virgil's Elysium at that point. Virgil's happy shades in pure blanched raiment contend on their green meadows. Goes on to compare those to his own friends in sports days. And there's Orpheus, an idealized image of the poet, anchored in his community, but also apart. He weaves among them sweeping strings, a swerve to the pulse of his own playing. And this, I think this beatific scene exerts pressure backwards on the poem we just left. It covers it like Goya's paint covers his canvases, both in the sense of allowing himself to talk about those friends, but also protecting and preserving their memories. And then the next poem is where we come back to where we started, the River Lithi, and he's recalling maybe the happiest time with his own father before he died, fishing in a river that ran by their own family farm. There's a marked absence of any self-doubt or accusation for having left. Instead, the poem resurrects his dead father, so they're standing together beside the Lithi, awaiting some kind of existential transformation. They have a glimpse of an otter, which is an animal with redemptive qualities in Irish myth. And in the last two stanzas, although they're standing by a real river on solid ground, they're also surrounded by Virgil's ghosts, waiting to cross over, as if we had commingled among shades and shadows, stirring on the brink, and stood there waiting, watching, needy and ever needier for translation. That word translation could be many things. It's translation from Latin into English, so taking classical civilization forward. It's the underworld ghosts waiting to get new bodies. There's certainly the Catholic idea of a translation into a resting place, finally. And there's also just the natural idea of generational renewal. This poem will lead on to the scene that celebrates Anna Rosa's birth. But more generally, there's a desire for cultural renewing, which Heaney enacts by bringing forward this myth into his own present. He renews the myth, but he's also allowing the myth to renew Ireland, to ease it out of traumatic remembrance and repetition of past conflict. So to sum up, I would say there are two ways to descend and come back. If you descend into Hades via the Styx, you're engaging in this sort of Aeneas-like pious labor of witnessing, remembering history, violence, making it be seen. And you're also carrying forward the culture of the past. He saw Virgil doing that with Homer, and he sees himself doing that with Virgil. For the sake of the future, I believe we must do Aeneas' job, get daddy on our back, get our household materials together, and carry them along. So that sense of you don't leave anything behind. Or, at the same time, or in a different spirit, there's crossing via the Lithi, which he describes as a lyric impulse towards spontaneity, regeneration or new generations, breaking free of the past, this kind of spirit of neoteny, of renewal or newness. And he says that even Virgil does that. He was witness to the savage brunt of Roman history, but he also found his bliss, if you like. He rejoiced in those flights and deflections which poetic imagination can devise. And Heaney even has Joyce's ghost tell him to let go, let fly, forget, strike your own note. So that's it.
Thank you, Rachel, for this presentation. It was beautiful, wonderful, and insightful. We've got a few minutes for questions, for discussion, for contributions, and for anything you are interested in saying about the lecture. Thank you very much, Rachel. Yeah.
So thank you very much for showcasing my work. So I'm really happy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And actually, what you were saying was my work of with trauma and with non-data. So specifically at the beginning, when you say that trauma is a bridge in symbolization, essentially, that's what makes something traumatic. You have that inability to symbolize it and present it as symbolization. Helps achieve these times and hence what we're saying in previous panel. And specifically in the work of Angelina, when you say the role of art, when there's this scene of Nina, so the grandmother or the mother of Leanne, when she goes to the Met to look at paintings in the aftermath of the attack, when she said she was looking at what's unfailing. So art as permanence, or when Leanne goes to the entire family, also are unfailing, when she's in times like this, etc. But I was wondering what you think of in the little work in general as well, of the fact that there's also this thing of when in traumatic events there's also the shattering of that permanence of the art of the myths, because when Leanne looks at the painting, she sees the towers, and the towers, so she sees the towers in the painting. So the towers have been destroyed, so essentially has art, or I don't know, has it lost that ability of signifying, or how in times of crisis, art, I don't know, art have shattered, but by us continuously returning to them, they precisely sort of enforce their power over us. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, and I think he would answer it very richly. I think you're absolutely right to point out that traumatic events shatter art's permanence and challenge it to do something besides declare its universality. And in Falling Man, I don't know if your audition has the picture of the falling man coming down from the Twin Towers, or one of the people who jumped and he's falling head first. And the way that represents, one person dying, but then somebody took a photograph of it and it became reproduced on almost an artistic representation. But you couldn't lose the sense that the art or the photo of it was also, it was a violation in some ways to have taken a photograph of that. So I think it's important to recognize, that the trauma shatters through that. I think that there was a long process of answering that question in Heaney's work. Well, my answer for DeLillo was that that image of the falling man is returned to again and again, so that the novel kind of slows down the fall. You keep coming back to it, and I had this elaborate kind of comparison with Satan being cast out of heaven in Paradise Lost, which recurs again and again until you stop blaming him, until it becomes first aesthetic and then ethically neutral, and then actually an ethical choice he makes to jump out of heaven before he's burned. So quite like the people who jumped out of the towers. But that we can't kind of stop the death happening, but we can stop the moment before and see the life that's in that moment before. So that's one of the things that DeLillo's novel does, very like a poem, is stop the sense of belatedness, stop the sense that it's absolutely fatal. And I'm sorry about the anthropological explanation of rape being necessary. That's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's what culture is made of it. So we get trapped in a lot of cultural myths that can be unfurled. There is a way of stopping time in literature. So that's different to saying it's universal. I think the word that he would use, and he follows Rilke's idea of Orpheus not being finally a poet of transcendence, but one of immanence. So the real, or the major Orpheus emerges not when he's trying and failing to bring back Eurydice, but when he's facing the Maenads. He's going to die, but he's still singing. So there's a sense in which your art can participate in the death and life. It doesn't have to transcend above it, but it can kind of make us appreciate the process. So it's an excellent question. A lot of answers.
Anyone else? Any questions?
There's a kind of a connotation and a tiny question afterwards, but the reasons like artists fleeing conflict is rather interesting, because there's another story. Czechoslovak writer Ivan Hostovsky fled after the communist coup in 1948. When Havel briefly got the chance to meet him in New York City in 1968, he asked him, "Why did you leave?" And Hostovsky said, "I was afraid of what I would become." You know, like forced by secret police that form on people, things like that can really screw with your morality. And as a poet, as a writer, he was a prose writer, and you can imagine what really affected arts. So I guess I wonder if Heaney kind of felt that way.
He was certainly always accused of it right to the end of his life, and there are other great Northern Irish poets, Derek Mahon and Michael Longley, who are still around and didn't leave and didn't die, who are always being put forward as the better option because they didn't leave. He said it was necessary for his poetic voice, for the survival of his family. But it's something that I think his work does wrestle with, and he's constantly coming back in his writing to his community. So he does a great deal for that rural Northern Irish Catholic community without actually just staying there and picking up the plough or the spade and digging potatoes. But he feels a part of that, and kind of. Yeah. Anyway, so I was at a celebration conference for Heaney's life in September 2013, so 1 month after he died, and a journalist got up in the front row, and even at that occasion, we were all sort of shocked at the empty head of the House of Poetry in English language. He said, wasn't he a coward for leaving? And Michael Longley was then poet laureate of Ireland. Stood up and said he went over one of these checkpoints with Heaney, and they discussed themselves with each other. They were great rivals all through their lives, and sort of secretly hated, like frenemies. But one of them was a lapsed Catholic, and the other was an agnostic Protestant. And they said, well, "What are we going to say?" And they each decided they were just going to say Catholic and Protestant and stand with their communities. And they both survived. So I think there's a lot of ways to be courageous, but I'm not going to be casting that stone.
Anyone else wants to ask a question? We've got a bit of time left. Maybe more than a bit.
I have another tiny one. Maybe you said it already, and so apologies. The first one, when Saturn is jeweled in the blood of his own children, is in Ireland.
You said what?
Ireland.
Yes, I mean, I think he saw it as fratricide, parricide, infanticide, as families turning against each other. There's a good film out by Kenneth Branagh called Belfast. It's a little bit of a romanticization, but he does portray this street with Catholics living on one side and Protestants on the other, and just from one day to the next, they started attacking each other, and then so it was quite an eruption of violence amongst very, very close-knit, often working class communities that were that went to school together, signed together. It just erupted. So I think Saturn it's not. I think it goes from that jeweled in the blood of his child to something closer. So I'm suggesting that the picture of the berserks clubbing each other to death was his final word on what the Irish conflict meant to him. It's just complete and utter madness, and shouldn't be glorified in any artistic way.
Any other questions? Any other comments?
Just one small one. I don't know, Rachel, if you're aware that yesterday was Bloomsday.
Yeah.
So it's just, you know, you're talking about him coming to Madrid, watching, going to the Prado, being inspired by Gloria to write poems about similar situations in Ireland. And well, you've mentioned, of course, Joyce's influence on Heaney, and maybe you can expand a little bit more about that, because you mentioned the question of history, and you know, in Ulysses there is the very, very famous sentence, no, and also I think in a way in the portrait, no, history is a nightmare from which I was trying to awake. So, and then I was thinking, you know, there is a different approach to history coming from Heaney and from Joyce. Is a different way of looking at similar issues. No?
Yes, I think he shares and inherits from Joyce that sense of history being a nightmare. And the people that criticize him and say he's not historical enough is that he's transforming it into nightmare scenarios, into mythical scenarios, and refusing to look at it straight. You know, I think the book that we were looking at this morning, Mean, was incredibly brave in the way that it looks at things straight. But Joyce and he chose the path of indirection, I guess. But he was hugely aware of the inheritance of Joyce, and that Joyce was, you know, Dublin, and managed to also become the voice of Homer for Dublin. And if you visit Dublin, it's a bit like our tour of Madrid, actually. It's an incredibly literary city. There's brass rubbings of Joyce's words all over the city, and statues, and so you can't escape his presence. And Beckett also found that. I listened to a lecture recently that female writers from Dublin don't feel this tremendous sense of an anxiety of influence. They actually love Joyce and love Molly Bloom and aren't so they're not carrying the burden of the father, but in many ways Heaney is, and it is a bit Bloomsian that he gets Joyce's ghost to talk to him and give him the advice that he actually wants to take himself, which is to leave. But I think he does take heart from the position of an exile. He described himself even early on as an inner emigre. So I think that connects to his view of art, choosing a place of displacement. You know, if you're in the middle of emotions that are boiling over between two religious communities that you kind of don't share their faith, but you're very much part of one, and feel you owe your identity to them, it's very hard to be dispassionate, and that kind of coolness that he's seeking, you know, is also necessary in exile. So I think he got that from Joyce. Where he takes a different path is that Joyce is kind of an exhaustive writer, and for him language is all, you know, extrovert and explosion and epic, I think you would say, you know, epic scope. For Heaney, he was trying to get away from the epic in many senses, but from the British colonial inheritance, from epic narratives, you know, glorifying national origins. And for him, his heroes more Osip Mandelstam, Lorca to an extent, so lyric voices that find their freedom in just the captured moment, the kind of freeze frame moment. So in that way, you know, he took a different path from Joyce. But I think he loved him as a writer and always returned to him. Going on too long. Lunch, yes?
Well, we have actually closing remarks by
I'm sorry.
And then later we have lunch. Thank you, Rachel.
So sorry.
I don't need to sit down.
No se te ve.
Oh, sorry. All the communications in keynote talks I've been attended to have dealt with sufferings, traumas of ordinary lives, I would say. Some of them have approached them from an ethical perspective, and some of them from a mythical one. This is to point out the importance of how much pain is a companion to our lives. Maybe we cannot alleviate their sufferings, their sorrows, but I think that if we have enlarged our minds or increased our empathy to them, towards them, we have accomplished one of our most important academic tasks. And since we are now trespassing the timetable of ordinary people for lunch, I think we could proceed to it. After thanking Víctor, Marta, and Asum for their organization. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues ya está.
Genial. Ayer te fuiste discutimos lo de pasos.